now to the challenges of 21st century archaeology, the initiative for that, the committee. Now, we've already held one related workshop on this theme. Today's is far broader in its coverage, and much of it, especially the morning, will effectively amount to a review of the review projects. What worked, what people feel worked in terms of what they undertook, what didn't, what they would do differently, because it is something we can learn from ourselves. The contributions are wide-ranging, from Roman urban to medieval rural, and both on a national and a regional level. And then in the latter part of the day, we'll have a few briefer contributions on what are potential future prospects following various avenues. Now, for those not participating in the first get-together, I'll confine myself now to just touching on a few arising themes. But first need to stress that we've got a lot to cover today, so we will keep quite strictly to time, so we give enough time for the discussions, because that very much considered the most important aspect. We do want to, though, keeping in the spirit of being a workshop and being fairly informal. And to facilitate this, we should have perhaps arranged the room and rearranged it with a great central table, as is shown here, because that's how things used to be in the society. And that's basically how the past was adjudicated. It's a bit like Harry Potter's sorting hat, or the one here, of course, the cocked hat. In that things were brought to the table in society, various pottery, metalwork, flints, etc., and were then allocated to a time, a chronology, and a type. And that's what it was, effectively, the sorting table. Now, we no longer base adjudication to such an extent on the sense of collective seeing, but rather on now basically, in many respects, the authority of the book. And you'll forgive me if not all yours are shown on here. We simply didn't have space, but it's certainly a very impressive array of authorship we have on hand today. Now, of course, all this amounts to a real sea change in the nature of archaeology. To be an active archaeologist right now, you've got to simply do a lot of reading. To wit, I remember at one point it was rather disheartening, being told by one of the curators in the area that we shouldn't expect other units to read books. So it's an interesting kind of aspect of, we see authority in that way, but how much the discipline reads in terms of fieldwork, I leave up to you. Now, one topic we might want to consider in this regard is when undertaking such review projects, such as we're seeing today, many involving support staff, a large digital input, and significant grant funding, whether that comes with its own sense of responsibilities. Can need one approach the past in a less personal way? Are you doing something, undertaking something for the discipline at large? And in that way, it raises the question of the nature of academic practice. I have no answers for these, but I think it's a question worth thinking about. Another theme arising, which Simon Schaffer and Marc van der Linden might touch upon, is whether in the face of so much mass data that we're now actually in a new phase of archaeology. The first I would see is essentially marking the period in the later 19th century through the early decades of the 20th century, when the basics were worked out. And I've always been amazed how much they got right at that time in terms of basic sequence, basic chronology, based on so little data. Thereafter, say 1920 to 1990, a middle era where you begin to see the building up of pattern, much wider area site investigations and explorations in terms of sub-period typology, and of course firming up of dating with radiocarbon, etc. But still the actual numbers, the site numbers at that time were relatively low. And it was a period where individuals could still readily command all of the period's data, essentially. Now, for at least the last 20 to 30 years in Britain, through developer funding, all this is radically altered. Now, recently, I've been working on the Fox archives, Cyril Fox's archives, reviewing them in terms of how things have changed in the 100 years since he issued his Archaeology of the Cambridge region. Next year marks the centenary. And it includes many gems, including this lovely national level Beaker distribution plan. And set to the left are the reflections of the build up through time based on Abercrombie's, the IAP data. And it documents how much there has been over the intervening period. And even this is quite incomplete for what we have. Now, what I find most striking is the suggestiveness of Fawkes's regional distributions. And they remind me of Pirandello's Characters in Search of an Author. Here I'm using Dickens's figures. And it highlights how easier it was in the past to write a sense of archaeological narrative. And you will notice, though, of course, coming full circle, we still have the thing of Beaker invaders coming in through the Wash. So a nice sense of full circle of this. Now, with the buildup of sites, without overarching syntheses, faced with so much, it now effectively takes away much of our voice, other than at an immediate site level. Now, I've just finished writing a chapter on the Over project's grooveware. And to wit, there's now 2,600 late Neolithic entries in Cambridgeshire's HER records low. And I certainly don't have the capacity to review them all, quite simply. That just can't done. I'll look at a lot, but I don't have the capacity. And so with this sort of, without a sense of synthetic appraisal, we've lost the ability to be comprehensive at this time. Still, and this is something Jill Hay might talk about later, every major project itself, like Over or like much of the work on the Thames, does involve a significant degree of sub-regional syntheses. And I think that's important to bear in mind. It's quite a concrete thing that it is a resource we could be using further. All of us in our, for major work do produce synthesis. Now, by way of further illustration, the figures on the left side here shows what an incredible increase there's been in the Cambridge area's Iron Age and Roman sites over the past century, respectively a 600 and a 220% increase in site numbers. And again, until they're fully appraised, that leaves one rather speechless. Still, the dots in themselves don't mean very much. They mean something, obviously, but it's the size of the site and the intervals between them that I think is really critically important. Because in areas now, quite widespread areas, we're seeing densities of 2 to 4 settlements per square kilometer. Now, this amounts to a sea change in terms of how we envisage the past, in terms of issues of communication, information transmission, and raises questions of how was it sustainable having these kind of densities, and even in terms of disease transmission. These really are quite startling. And I don't think the consequences of this has really quite been appreciated yet. What it is when people could walk out their front doors and wave to their neighbors. This is a very different kind of past than was certainly envisaged by someone like Cyril Fox, at a time when you still needed migrant potters or migrant smiths to explain how you could have widespread material culture. You had to bring in a movement as a mechanism. Now, with this increase, it becomes not just a lot more difficult to write meaningfully about the past, but clearly too, the past has become a lot more complicated than earlier scholars could have envisaged. Gone are the days of clear black and white yes or no patterning and easy answers. When, for example, you convincingly could say one period's people, at least in prehistory, practiced only one kind of burial rite. That's all gone now. It's become a lot more complicated. And we instead need to start thinking in terms of dominant minority pattern. And this opens up a question of where our disciplinary alliances any longer stand, I think. Is it with social anthropology, the way it used to be, and its structuralism, with its either-or sense of logic? You can think about the way archaeology was in the 1980s through the influence of structuralism. It was pretty yes or no. Or should we be rather tied with a subject like sociology now? Something much more used to dealing with big numbers, but also various minority expressions. Now, with big data and the looming use of artificial intelligent modes of interpretation, in January, The Guardian announced this, posing the question of whether we're entering a world of post-theory science. Basically, you interrogate the data and then your interpretation if you're lucky, your theoretical framework emerges. Certainly now, our massive data holds great possibility as regards the distinction of regional patterning, and whether through close-grained distributional find studies, we can start to distinguish what are distinct regional groupings and move beyond what are just the sort of sense of personality caricatures based on broad geographic zones. Now, notice here, I think that one of the things that is important, this emphasis on finds at this point, that all the major review projects, as far as I'm aware, have actually, given the cost of curating and storing finds at this point, there's been very, very little hands-on use of artifacts at all in the reviews that have been done to date. And that seems to me, and is it worth studying prehistoric pottery decoration techniques? We spend hundreds of thousands of pounds per annum doing this. And is it meaningful? These are the things I think we need to start mobilizing the finds data for much more. Now, this raises also the question of whether when we drill down into regional data, is gray literature, unpublished gray literature, is it sufficient? Because after all, it is what has largely underpinned the broad brush national syntheses that have been undertaken to date. Or as we get closer in terms of regionality, do we need more fully analyzed and detailed reportage to be able to do this? Also, do we need to be more consistent in our definitions and be more statistically based in our presentation of data to allow real comparisons to be made? For example, do we need to start relating finds densities based on cubic meter densities of what's actually dug so that we can truly gauge one site's densities against another? And this is the kind of recommendations that came out of the amongst the recommendations that came out of the Reading program. Now, just to wrap up, for Barney's sake, he pays the piper, we would hope that a few concrete proposals, some concrete proposals can come out today, because it's a theme we've been working around for a while, and we're getting to the point we need some action on this front. We're not expecting anything to be the last word on this subject, but we'd like to think at the same time that there is potential here for blue sky and out-of-the-box thinking as to how things currently are. Because let's face it, a lot of people are not very satisfied the way current practice is running. There should be different ways, and there can be different ways of doing it, and we don't want people to feel inhibited. To wit, the day's title could have always carried the suffix of once having established what it is we've learned, how do we adjudicate to know that we've established a fact, how do we act on that? Is it by rote? Do we keep continuing on the same standard procedures, or do we then decide to drop some facets of study or else find alternative means so that we progress them to a greater sense of depth? There should be implications of when we learn something to then go on and do something different. Through also in further synthetic study, we should be able to identify real areas of information redundancy, I would hold, which should mean we can more meaningfully redirect what should be limited resources. Now, I'll just conclude on a brief anecdote here, because it's one I could remember. In the late 1980s, in Cambridge, social anthropology held a seminar series on gardens of Eden and utopias generally. And the first speaker was Jeff Bailey. And Jeff was in a rather morose mood that day and stood up and announced, and it was largely a body of social anthropologists, that he saw archaeology as a 10,000-year-long project, and that we had only just put our big toe across the threshold. At which point Keith Hart, who some of you might have known, who was a very, very excitable social anthropologist, dying of a heart attack as a result of it, jumped up and said, "Jeff, what are you talking about? Think about what archaeology has done in its first 100 years. Death of the biblical chronology, multiple origins of agriculture, multiple origin of urbanism. What other subject has there been like that had such implications right from the start?" Now, I can see that a 10,000-year-long archaeological perspective might be meaningful for the Paleolithic, because let's face it, you don't find sites very easily, but not for the later periods. And in this, I would take on parts perspective. Because in the future, once we've established what is regional patterning, and when one Roman standard farmstead can be much like another, we'll soon have to think about how we're going to be dealing with these things. And syntheses will help us start addressing these questions, because these are fundamental challenges to archaeology. Seems to me, are we going to just keep on digging everything the same way? So I'm going to leave it there. There are a lot of issues to contend with, a lot to cover today. I'll first turn over to Simon Schaffer, who's going to address things from a history of science perspective and how other disciplines have dealt with these issues. And then on to Marc van der Linden on the challenges of big data and settlement densities around. So thanks very much. I'm glad you all came.
It's not. You don't have one. Which one should I? Holding one. Yep. There you go.
Okay, so during the break, I'm going to talk about something completely different. I'm an historian of science, and my tiny discipline has, of course, been enormously influenced by archaeology and antiquarianism. So this is a small attempt to repay a vast methodological debt. And I'm very grateful to English Heritage and the Society of Antiquaries, and I guess I'm grateful to Chris Evans for the invitation. I'm going to start with a quotation which will resonate with you, I hope. These great enterprises are necessarily the result of teamwork, rather like the building of the pyramids. Squads of diligent assistants assemble data, encode it, program it, and pass it through the maw of the computer, all under the autocratic direction of a team leader. The results cannot be tested by any of the traditional methods, since the evidence is buried in private computers, not exposed in published footnotes. In any case, the data are often expressed in so mathematically recondite a form that they are unintelligible to the majority of the profession. The only reassurance to the bemused laity is that the members of this priestly order disagree fiercely and publicly about the validity of each other's findings. None of these great questions has actually yielded to the bludgeoning of the big data people. That's 1980. And it's not an archaeologist, it's an historian, group of historians, Lawrence Stone, Charles Tilley. It's the very first use that we know. It's obviously very dangerous for an historian to use the phrase very first use that we know in the Society of Antiquaries, but it's the very first use that we know of the phrase big data. So big data emerged inside an argument about cliometrics, inside an argument about the application of computation and statistical methods to what up till then had been hermeneutic and historicist debates. And I think that's extremely significant for two reasons that in the brief time I have, I want to raise with you. One is the multidisciplinary quality of many of the issues that are at stake in thinking about how we learn in a field like archaeology. And secondly, of course, this is my professional deformation, the immense importance of genealogy, of the past of particular disciplinary approaches to what seem like, but may not be, completely unprecedented methodological and institutional developments. The case of big data and its cognates is peculiarly instructive, or so I think. Of course, computational archaeology and associated accumulation of digital methods is exceptionally old, and exceptionally old by the standards of, this is an important point, other disciplines that were using systems of what we now choose to call artificial intelligence. But the eruption of the term big data into more public academic discourse, of course, is surprisingly recent and deeply, I would argue, amnesiac. You see that in Laura Spinney's article in The Guardian in January that Chris has already cited. There's a almost necessary denial of a genealogy of the problem, which I believe has really profound effects on current attitudes to what are called the avalanche of data and so on. One can trace that back to the classical epoch, certainly to the Renaissance. So we need to ask, I think, what is at stake in the kinds of pressures and developments that I take this meeting to have chosen as its function. I could identify, I think, from the historian's perspective, three salient issues that seem to matter most. And many of you gathered here have already written learnedly and in a very compelling manner on each of these three themes. One is the role played by certain kinds of division of labor, and in particular the theme of what's been called by some scholars the deferral of theory. In other words, a profound hierarchization of the place of theorizing as opposed to the encounter with the material record. Now, that theme of a hierarchical division of labor and of the distinction between labor and theory characterizes in particular the institutionalization of survey sciences right through the period of high capitalism and high imperialism in the 19th century. An exceptionally good example of this, and this is a very rich one, I think, are, for example, the surveys carried out under the Company Raj from the 1790s through the 1880s, surveys led by Colin Mackenzie and others and their successors. Mackenzie's collaboration with, for example, Niyogi Brahmins in southern India in the 1810s and 20s is an extraordinary example simultaneously of the production of an avalanche of printed data and of material collections, of an intricate set of relations between a whole series of forms of labor and expertise, and at the same time, in the process of publication and museological display, the systematic effacement and very often explicit denial of those relations and of that reliance. And that would continue in British imperial and indeed French imperial circles right through the 1800s, massively present in the 1880s. It's the 1880s, in my view, as an historian, that represent in all sorts of ways a rich and specific conjuncture in the development of the human sciences in general and the archaeological ones in particular, under the heading not only of the accumulation of big data by survey modalities, but also the complementary philosophical and methodological themes that went along with it. The second of my points emerges here, the intricately profound relation between mass survey and what Carlo Ginzburg calls the evidential paradigm, reading the signs. clues, and traces. So if we think about what happened at that moment of high imperialism, and we select particular events that show the relation between managing unprecedentedly large amounts of data and the insistence on reading clues and signs, we have on the one hand the invention of the evidential method by Alphonse Bertillon in Paris in 1879. The following year, Thomas Henry Huxley's great lecture on the method of Zadig, one of the most important articulations in Victorian science of the profound importance of reading the unintentional clue, a lecture given at the London Working Men's College, which was then on Great Ormond Street and massively published elsewhere. What Huxley was addressing in that lecture was, on the one hand, his sense of what Bertillon and other scholars of the clue and the sign in the work of police, as well as the work of archaeology and zoology and paleontology, had established, and the relationship between all those techniques, all those conjectural abductive techniques, and the immense amount of new information and new data that was being accumulated. Huxley was, after all, in intimate correspondence and collaboration with the project to publish the results of the HMS Challenger survey voyage during the 1880s. One of, it seems to me, the founding acts of big data in the history of natural history. So those two, I think, themes that bring together, frankly, the legacies of data accumulation and of reading the signs clearly have crucial roles, not only for archaeology, but for the sciences in general. I would pick out in particular a better stadial analysis of the way in which the sciences have emerged since then. Roughly speaking, this is hopelessly superficial, a transition from a survey modality pursued by this society, but by many others as well in the classical age, dominated, as Michel Foucault taught us, by the approach of a natural history with its emphasis on taxonomy, and then a switch, really dramatic one, very heavily marked as a kind of epistemic break between the 1780s and the 1820s, from natural history, which is going to answer the question, what is there in creation, to analysis, which is going to answer the question of composition and of decomposition, and will take place above all in the museum. And then in the 1880s, through the First World War, and it seems to me this is marked in the emergence of anything like a scientific archaeology, the displacement of analysis by synthesis. It's surely not a coincidence that that word has come to occupy such a key role in your reflections on the current state and future of archaeological practice. And then finally, because I'm an historian, but also because I think this matters enormously, I'd want to emphasize in broad historical terms the immense significance of the kind of synthetic work that you will be discussing for a better understanding of the genealogy of your own work. In other words, a reflexive approach to the history of archaeology. This reflexivity in which, as several scholars have pointed out, large-scale databases are invaluable signs and relics of the processes through which those databases were accumulated. That seems to me to be very high on the agenda. To describe, to classify, and to identify by reading the clues always is a form of production. It isn't only a form of description. And that theme has played an immense role both in the history of the natural sciences and in the history of the human sciences. A good example, again taken from the subcontinent, from South Asia, has been the controversial discussions around the production of categories such as caste, in which analysts such as Bernard Cohen or Nicholas Dirks have argued, I think in a very compelling manner, that forms of census taking, forms of more and more bulky and more precise description tended to produce in robust form the categories that they pretended simply to describe and discover. And if there's one lesson, it seems to me, from the history of other comparable sciences, it's exactly that. The way in which definition is a highly productive circumstance, a highly productive endeavor, and one always needs to attend to the sites of that production, precisely the work that you engage in. I'd close by adding to this reflection a theme which in fact is the theme I'm working on at the moment, which is resistance to big data. This, I think, has been completely swept away in the historiography that I practice, and presumably has an enormously interesting role for you, at least I desperately hope so. When the large-scale databases that went along with molecular biology, with genetic sequencing, with protein analysis began to be introduced, compiled, published, and distributed, first of all in the United States and then across Europe and the global north from the late 60s through the early 1970s, it's now forgotten, as Bruno Strasser and other analysts have pointed out, that there was immense resistance to data sharing. So that, for example, the indispensable protein data bank, assembled not coincidentally at Brookhaven, one of the major national physics laboratories in North America, was launched in 1973. There was ferocious resistance and refusal by sequencers, by molecular biologists, by geneticists to take part in this project, to give their data, partly because, as Strasser points out, of the immense importance of the conventions of discovery reward, which would be violated profoundly by this form of sharing, anonymization, collectivization, and synthesis. In other words, a real dialectic which began to tear apart certain communities between the ideal of the individual discovery and the ideal of massive taxonomically relevant data. And secondly, because of the funding models that were being used to support that kind of work, a theme which I take to be exceptionally relevant to the current work of archaeology, Freudian slip there, archaeology. In particular, these big data banks, like the one at Brookhaven, were secured in the end by making it a condition of grant winning that the results of the award be put in these data banks. These data banks were essentially fiscal centralized interventions inside forms of humanist hermeneutic, publication, research, inquiry, and automation. That's one of the most interesting lessons, it seems to me, of a comparative history of the sciences that resemble most the archaeological enterprise. Thank you very much.
Yes.
No.
No.
To go back to folder. Reopen the piece of file. No, you're not macro.
It's not sharing.
So you stop sharing. So click no.
No, yes.
Stop sharing. Share screen. Nope. Yeah, okay.
That should be fine.
Is it sharing now? Okay, let
No.
me do it.
Sorry, sorry about that.
No, it should.
Sorry about that. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right. First of all, I would like to thank Chris Evans and Chris Gordon for the invitation. And as you can see, I have a little bit changed my title, and I've removed the big, and I've included the word science, because I think that one of the key things is, in light of what everything that has already been said, the question of how much actually we have learned and how much we can improve. Do we need to think a little bit? And I will start by saying that, and as I say that as someone who is self-acknowledged data hoarder and data obsessive person, there are lots of big data sets. I probably have a copy of all of that on my own machine. The question is, how much actually have we learned? A lot. There's a lot of books. But how much actually these data sets are being reused? As far as I know, not so much. And I think that actually points to a problem. We use the knowledge that we've gained, but how much the data set per se are being reused actively by people? Probably not so much. And I think that points to an issue in what we have been doing and in the way we are doing it. And I would say that in this sense, maybe there are too many of those. I'd like to start by just quoting what is actually big data. So big data is a field that treats ways to analyze, systematically extract information from otherwise data sets that are too large or complex to be dealt with traditional data. Most important, big data was originally associated with three key concepts: volume, variety, and velocity. We'll go back to that in a second. But most importantly, big data often includes data with size that exceed the capacity of traditional software to process within an acceptable time and value. And I would like to actually spend just a few seconds on that concept of value. Because if we think about why do we do this, what for, just to give one number, which is the amount of resource that is being poured into archaeology, especially as part of development-led archaeology. And we can ask ourselves, why do we do this? What is the value? I think that everybody in this room, we know why, because it matters. However, in terms of the way we engage with policymakers, politicians, public, that answer might be a little bit more difficult. And obviously, the opportunity of excavating beautiful sites, the sites that are grabbing the headlines, is outstanding in terms of raising the profile of our discipline. But we can ask ourselves whether or not that is enough in terms of value. And that's where the term synthesis comes in. What is the value of the synthesis? As you probably have studied, I am not an English native speaker. Therefore, when I'm asked to speak, I check a dictionary. So I opened the dictionary and looked at synthesis. And you have here the three definitions. The first one is obviously the chemical one, and then the two other ones are the all acceptable. And I think that we can pretty much say that it means that a synthesis has to be more than the sum of its parts. I would like to point out that at this stage, this is the definition of a synthesis. It does not feature anything about size. It does not have anything to do with large. It does not have anything to do with exhaustive or wannabe exhaustive. And just an idea that I'm throwing out, I'm quite happy for it to come back at my face instantly. Maybe there has been a little bit of a confusion here with all of the big data sets. And I am responsible. I've been involved, not only for some of the stuff that will be discussed here, but even in my own research in other parts of Europe. I think that we made a confusion between the synthesis and the large, and maybe the large has sort of taken over a little bit, not necessarily explicitly, but as a negative side effect of the way we've been working. Now, if we go back to the definition of the big data and these three things about volume, velocity, and variety. So volume means high volumes of low density unstructured data. If we think about it from a gray literature point of view, tick, no problem. If we think in terms of velocity, vast rate at which data is received and perhaps acted on, tick. It's clearly, that's why we're here. There's so much coming at us. Variety refers to the many types of data that are available. Traditional data were structured and fit neatly in a relational database. I visited here. Sometimes it is actually a tick because we have a lot of viable data. There's quite a lot that comes into plans or other things. However, quite a lot of it can still be put in, spreadsheets, data set that can then be crunched. So maybe the variety, we should not overstress that. What I want to stress is that there is a lot of discussion about, is archaeological big data big in terms of its sheer quantity and volume? And clearly we cannot compete with the people who are extracting data from the internet or with genetics. However, these three dimensions, the volume, the velocity, and the variety, do mean that we are speaking of big-ish data set, at least from a conceptual point of view. How do we deal with that? I think that what I would like to present very quickly now is we can deal with this volume, this variety, the velocity at the level of the production of the data, but I'm more interested in what we do with it. So at the production level, clearly there has been tremendous efforts by CIFA, by ADS to actually help the automated scavenging, the automated search of the data. The Dig Digital is really important. There is an increased awareness of the FAIR principle, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. I'm pretty sure we will discuss that later on. There's obviously a legacy effect. A lot of data has been produced before all of these were available as concept or in terms of the technology. But I think that at that particular stage, the discipline has made tremendous effort, at least in terms of production of reports. Whether or not some of the work that has been done in terms of generating data sets falls to the same level of quality, that I would leave open. And I will be tempted to say that perhaps not so, especially when it comes not simply to publishing a data set, but also publishing the way you crunch and you analyze the data set. There, I would say that would not necessarily be as good as we think we could have been. Why do we create? Why do we tag metadata? Because actually it can be really useful. And there are some new technologies that help you to process to some extent all of that in a relatively automated way. Just going to give you a couple of quick examples taken from the literature. Very nice paper on text mining written by some Dutch archaeologists looking at Belgian commercial data. And you have on the left, you have the number of repos that have been produced. And what they've extracted from that in an automated way, a series of vocabulary that they've classified in culture historical, processual, and post-processual, and then plotted that through time. Without going into the detail, as a Belgian archaeologist, I'm quite shamelessly proud of my country to say that there is a dip in the use of post-processual discourse and an ongoing use of processual, which actually says something about the importance of methods. Another example of text mining, these are all things that are really relying upon automated access to the data. It's work done by Alex Branson as part of his PhD, where he went through automatically a series of data sets and was actually able to identify a series, Zoom is in the way, the yellow data set, the yellow points correspond to known early medieval sites taken from Archis, which is the equivalent of the HER. The blue ones are known early medieval cremation that you can see in the literature. And all the red dots are early medieval cremation that did not feature anywhere, but that were scavenged automatically through the reports because they were not necessarily tagged as, oh, there is something early medieval. That is purely done on text mining. It's an outstanding piece of research. This being said, text mining is not the only way forward. There will never be, at least probably not within a good solid bunch of years, a way just to click on a button and have a bot that goes, download reports, and create a data set for you. No, but there are clearly ways to improve, and that's why we need to improve at the level of the production. Before I go into a couple of examples, a little word of caution. And I'm quoting here a paper by Andrew Bevan, which was actually addressing this question of the data deluge. And I quote, "There is a risk that we explain poorly constructed analysis and awkwardly complex analytical results by claiming they are due to a past reality that was behaviorally complex and irreducibly entangled. Simplicity of approach remains a great virtue." What I mean is that we need to be simple in the way we process, rather than assume it was necessarily complex. Very quickly, since I'm kind of already running late, this is taken from the data set that Leo Webley and I assembled for Richard Bradley and Colin Hazelgrove. So you have the distribution of sites from the continent. I made a distinction between different contexts of acquisition of data, so estates, linear, so road, railway, and quarries. And you can clearly see that the distributions are different, especially with the quarries following rivers in a specific part of the country. What you have here are time series by just counting the number of sites for the different periods. And you can see that all of them follow the same trajectory. I have just subset the data set according to the way the data was processed, with one exception, which are the quarries, which clearly have a different signature here centered upon what will correspond to the late Bronze Age. And that signature doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it comes from quarries. It actually comes from the fact that it's in a different part of the country. But can we actually say more about that? So I've looked at a region called Champagne and tried to understand what are the biases at play in the way the archaeology is being processed. So what you have here, the distribution of the sites against the main land use categories. On the left, this is the way the land use is characterized across this part of France. This is where the archaeology is. So there is a bias in where the archaeology is happening. The archaeology happens in close to small parts of town. So clearly, the archaeology is not necessarily representative of an ideal past distribution that will be all over. Does that mean that everything that we say is biased or that it is doomed? Actually, no. Because if you then compare the distribution of different periods, you can see that there are patterns. And for instance, between the late Bronze Age and the period immediately after, you can see this here, a lot of sites in this part of Argonne, and they disappear. And if you look at it in time series, the work done by Van Moorkerke, you can clearly see there is a peak. And that actually is part of a wider process of increased population pressure that is associated with one expansion in a part of the settlement or of the landscape, followed by a retreat. And that is a late Bronze Age signature. Why the late Bronze Age? Well, I've done a little bit of play with the AIP dataset because that's almost university dataset. So I just thought, oh, I'm going to use something in-house. And you have here the distribution between Middle Bronze Age, Late Bronze Age. The map on the lower left is just a statistical, very simple analysis to say that the densities are pretty much identical, with the exception of this period. Then I attached a series of chronological tags and tried to recreate a time series. And you can see that there is a little bit of a rise, but it's actually a bit of a wobbly signal in the late Bronze Age. So there is potentially something here, at least when you work at that scale, but it is not that straightforward. And it clearly doesn't work with the C14, but I think that's because the C14 is biased for this period. The reason I chose the LBA is because actually now the late Bronze Age is the new black. We have a lot of data that suggests that, oh, there is actually something going on here. And what I was just trying to do is to identify whether or not that suggests change in admixture and that potential migration happens within a certain demographic background. Now I've gone too fast. And actually, I would be tempted to say that my talk was really not good for that second part. And I've made it on purpose. Because what I've done is that I hastily crushed the data set without really understanding it. And I think that I should actually spend much more time understanding the structure of the AIP. The same way I can actually do that with a data set I am much more familiar with, which is the one created for Richard. I've looked at the national scale, and actually what I should do is to combine multiple scales. I've fully defined my question, and I think that we should actually start by an explicit hypothesis. And also I've used a static data set. I have used a big thing that has not been uploaded for quite a while. Therefore, I cannot reinterrogate my data. So just to finish, what I would like to say is that this is the way we should think about. We should not think in terms of the big data set as the deliverable, even though it may look good from a grant writing point of view. We should actually think in terms of the process. We should think in terms of the metadata and the FAIR principle, how we generate data that can be reused. Then we should acquire big data sets, but they're not end of product. They're just what I call training data sets. There's something that you go through the literature, and then you have them just to test a series of things. They're just training in the kind of machine learning sense of it. They are just things that you can get some knowledge of. In order to do that, you can use very simple exploratory data analysis, just to sieve, go through your data set, and then explicit hypothesis building with model simplicity, not necessarily assume that the past was complex. I have no doubt that the past was complex, but you cannot check that complexity by going full on it because you cannot identify the weight of different parameters. And in order to do that, simple models are really effective. But the point of doing this is that actually you interrogate a small data set and then you go back to your data. You've learned out of what you've done, and then you reignite. And I think that right now, there's a little bit of a juncture here. There's a bit of a line that has been drawn here because we have focused too much on making it the definitive big data set up to the date of completion, rather than having an active and dynamic process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, really? You just suddenly.
Follow on with the late prehistory work project that Mike
I'm afraid really talking about quite deep history here, and in a sense, I'm talking about a process which predates most of the have been discussed. The starting point is 20-odd years ago, quite simply when I realized that the teaching I'd been doing for a substantial number of years was no longer consistent with what I was learning from practical contacts in the field units. That essentially I was teaching out-of-date archaeology, but I was slightly relieved to find that both state and local organizations were also practicing out-of-date archaeology, quite simply because information had been obtained but not disseminated. And rather than a self-contained project that might be compared with some of the ones we'll hear of later, essentially I had a book contract to write a prehistory of Britain in an established series with an established audience and, I'm afraid, an established word limit, which was a considerable problem. The one strategic decision I made, and I don't regret it at all, was not to write a prehistory of Britain because it's irrelevant. We need at least a prehistory of Britain plus Ireland. And I say at least, and I shall come to that. Now, we have to remember that I'm talking about a process of learning that began over 20 years ago. And so our methodology was exploratory and frankly crude. It consisted essentially of my visiting as many organizations as I could in the time, as many field workers as I could, discussing what had been done, what they felt in their own areas were the most important developments, and then following this up by large-scale copying grey literature. Now, it became clear some grey literature was extremely useful and extremely informed, and some of it one had to read into it an interpretation because it was not present. And I have to say, most of my interpretations that came at that stage didn't last. They didn't stand up when these projects were finally published, those that were. But that was essentially an exercise involving one research assistant and myself, and visiting as many organizations as possible, not just within Britain, but with Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. I received a great deal of help from a great number of people and a brush off from a smaller number. And understandably, it was not clear to them what I was doing, and there was even a suspicion that maybe I was really, I had a little money from English Heritage, inquiring into standards. Well, anyone who's excavated with me will know perfectly well that I'm in no position to do that. Now, it didn't take very long for that book to go out of date. Now, sorry, I've gone too far. That's it, yeah. Only 12 years later, I had to produce a revised edition. And one of the irritating factors is that the revised edition is rarely cited. The first edition is more frequently cited, and it is spectacularly out of date and often quite wrong. The one statistic that I can give you, I don't know if it counts as big data, is that 50% of the references in the second edition are to work that was published in those 12 years. There'd simply been too much progress, too many new projects, and of course, too many new developments outside fieldwork itself, including ancient DNA, isotopes, and very importantly, dating, plus a certain amount of simply finding that I got things wrong and it was time to put them right. But in the process, it also became clear that the prehistory of Britain and Ireland, again, a book for a series in which the format was laid down by a commercial publisher or a university publisher, that was not sufficient. And Colin Hazelgrove persuaded me that really, rather than sending out signals in that book, saying, really, we need to look at the near continent as well. We can't really just talk about Britain and Ireland in isolation. Why don't we do it? And this was now a much larger project involving Leo Webley and Marc, who's just spoken, who did the lion's share of collecting material, also incorporating material from my earlier projects. Now, by this stage, it was impossible for me to collect more British data at first hand. On the other hand, by then, it was possible to draw on a large amount of grey literature, which was now accessible to the ADS, which frankly had not been accessible in the same way before, but it was selective. Our methodology was essentially similar, gathering data, but talking to the participants, talking to the people who were doing the work and accepting them as researchers rather than technicians. And I think that division of labor has been fatal in some projects. And producing, both Marc and Leo produced a series of regional digests, period and regional digests for our study area. We then combined the material, and indeed there is the database which you've just seen, which involved 9,000 separate projects. Now, clearly these projects were carried out for a variety of reasons and from a variety of areas. We looked at what we called the near continent, which was essentially the region within 400 kilometers of the channel of the southern North Sea, with two additional areas to round out the coastal component, one in southwest France and Jutland, obviously North Sea region. And again attempted to try to produce, identify patterns and interpret them with the knowledge of theory, but not as a corpus of big data. Rather, we did produce, or very specifically Marc and Leo produced, an excellent database. And the most depressing thing I can say is that I accessed it this week. It is getting roughly 6 hits a month, which is not impressive for 9,000 items. And especially in those 6, I found 3 of them were my previous attempts to look at it in preparing for today. We have a real problem on our hands. We may be collecting the stuff, we may be excellently organized, but who's using it? And how can we persuade people to use it? At all events, that produced essentially another interpretation. And what I want to do now is not go through that interpretation so much as answer the questions that Chris suggested. First of all, the lessons. Well, the first lesson is quite simply that even Britain plus Ireland is an insufficient study area for the prehistoric period, which for purposes of our project was from the late Mesolithic to the eve of the Roman conquest, wherever it happened. One of the fundamental questions which we asked, and I don't think really answered, and Neil Sharples made this point very sensibly in a book review, which I accept, is that we need to discuss which periods these different study areas, parts of them are linked and which parts they are not. I think only on that scale can we talk about this. Those periods in which Britain, Ireland, and the continent have close links, those periods in which there are partial links, those periods of isolation. But a second development, which I think is enormously important, and perhaps we didn't signal it quite loudly enough, is that many of the things that disturb the practitioners in British and Irish archaeology shouldn't do. The number of times, and this is anecdotal, when people have told me, well, we can't find late Neolithic houses, we can't find early Bronze Age houses. Actually, Chris always can, but generally speaking, why is it we keep finding pits and nothing else? What's wrong with our field work? What are we missing? How do we improve our techniques to find the missing components, as we know that people were present in the landscape, were depositing huge numbers of artifacts, were being buried? Why is it that the landscape archaeology of certain periods is virtually invisible, as distinct from the archaeology of monuments? Well, I think one of our key findings was that outside actually Denmark, we had the same problem. It wasn't peculiar to any one part of Britain, Ireland, or the near continent. This was a case of a general trend where each of the practitioners regionally had somehow felt there was something inadequate in their own field techniques. Well, no, there isn't. There are drawbacks. There are things we could do. For example, not machining away the archaeological record to look for things that aren't going to be underneath it. But that's another issue entirely. There are elements in working on a larger scale which were profoundly reassuring, and that was one of them. Last major feature, I think, is that we can now reunite artifact distributions with monuments, with landscapes, with distributions of archaeological features. At a simple level, it means things like hoards can now be interpreted by people other than metalwork specialists, because they become part of more general landscapes. The same with contents of pits, contents of monuments, the same with lithic scatters. We've had a very long period of obsessive antiquarian discussion of artifact types without the context. We've had gross distributions, let's say, an example of the Iron Age metalwork, but we've not had the context in which we can actually explain what that is doing, why it is there, how we should be reading it. I think that is something that has begun to come out of both sides of the English Channel, both sides of the North Sea. But problems. Well, the simplest problem is total inconsistency in field practice at a regional and a national level. That is to say, different fractions, different sampling methods, different fractions of the area of development sampled to different intensities. It simply means that all sampling is simply a unit of space, not a unit of time. And as Jill Hay and others have pointed out long ago, this is self-fulfilling. Certain methods will find certain things and they will not find others. For example, late Bronze Age cremations, Beaker flat graves, they will not generally be found by trial trenching at any percentage. Large scale trenching on a standard scale, such as is practiced by INRAP in France, will produce more than 1% samples, as we have had in some counties in Britain, which are only famous for the sites they've missed, some of them quite major ones. The inconsistency is absolutely lethal. We cannot compare like with like, and until we do that, we can't then go to the stage. I agree with Chris. We need to relate the number of artifacts, the number of features, to the volume of material examined. A second point is that much of the source material from projects I was involved in is, I don't know what I've done here. Screen sharing has stopped. Well, never mind. I know what I wanted to say. You don't need to picture terribly. But I'm having a terrible sight of myself on the screen. I don't even do that. That's it. That's what you're meant to see. Thank you.
There you go.
That is it. Yeah. The grey literature does not have a consistent format in regions. It is not comparable. You can't compare one region with another. Sometimes one only knows the volume, the number of trenches dug and the number of boxes filled. Sometimes one essentially has what amounts to a first-class excavation report. We need far more consistency nationally and internationally at that level. And lastly, lessons learned. Well, basically, I shouldn't have done it. At the time I did. I should have waited if I'd only had precognition until they had the digital means to deal with it, because trailing around, and it was nearly 100 organizations, taking photocopies was really a very laborious way of doing something that no longer needs to be done. And when we hear from Mike, we'll hear how in a sense, those lessons can be learned. Points to make. Well, the most important, which is not going to come, I suspect, from the sorts of projects we're talking about today, talk to the field workers themselves. They are the primary researchers. That was the lesson of the work at Heathrow, and it's already disappeared into the literature. I learned more from talking to the excavators than I learned from reading reports that were written for planners. And I may say that the excavators I talked to were immensely helpful. I personally feel that the process of disseminating information is fatally flawed in that we have the initial grey literature, which tells of projects taking place, features found, but we don't have the follow-up. One of the biggest mistakes I made, I think, in my first projects was trying to date monuments with site plans, because the carbon dates were never in the grey literature. And what became very clear is that much of the typology of monuments I was using was flawed once that information came to light. But it is not accessible generally in the same way. All specialist material should be publicly available on the same terms as the basic fieldwork. And finally, how do we learn? Well, I've taken you through a series of experiences that have taken me 20 years, and I am a little disturbed that we're talking about exactly the same problems 2 decades on. I have no intention of taking this further. I think I'm too old and I'm too happily retired. But really, how do we learn? We keep trying. I've talked about 3 projects which are built on each other and tried to learn from the failures of their predecessors. And I think the projects we'll hear about later are ones that have probably learned from my mistakes or our mistakes. But for heaven's sake, let's be brave enough to try and do it. I want to end with a quote from the late, great John Collins. If you want to do something in archaeology, do it yourself, do it now, do it quickly. And he didn't say so, but we know that he did practice it. Publish it promptly. Thank you.
Well, hello, everybody. We're going to do a bit of a double act here on the Roman rural settlement project. So this project has a long ancestry. It began in the OOs when English Heritage invited Neil Holbrook and Cotswold Archaeology to begin to investigate the potential of the grey literature which had accumulated since 1990. Is that it? Yeah. Brilliant. Very good. First of all, a tribute and a thanks to Neil and Cotswold for setting the foundations for this project, which began in earnest in 2011. How do you make this thing go forward?
The normal rules aren't working.
Here we go. So the project really developed in two phases, which ran successively. So the first phase, funded by what was English Heritage, now Historic England, and the Leverhulme project, with a budget of just around about £750,000. And the project then was primarily focused on looking at rural settlement from Roman England. And at the outset, we decided that it was important to build up a resource of data which was not simply just concerned with settlement, but with also associated material culture and environmental evidence, which hopefully, if one was successful in getting more funding, we could then exploit in the way which eventually turned out. The English Heritage or Historic England component to Cotswold archaeology effectively enabled the gathering of the data from HERs from across England. And that was a really valuable asset to allow the team to continue to work. And so a team of three, Alex with Martin Allen and Tom Brindle, collected that data. Then phase two, with funding solely initially from Leverhulme, but then with a welcome addition from a donation by Paul Chadwick, we were able to extend the project to Wales as well, so that we could look at, if you like, the whole of Roman Britain south of Hadrian's Wall. And we were also enabled to diversify the resource that we were using, the postdocs that we were using, to bring in, so Martin Allen, for example, zoologist, Tom Brindle, material culture specialist, Alex, everything, and bring in botanist Lisa Lodwick, and also others, Anna Runbogner, to look at human remains and so on. So we were actually able then to exploit, to a limited extent, the data that had been collected, and which we had worked with the ADS, and that's an important aspect of the project right from the outset, working with the ADS to enable that resource to be available forever. So that if the second phase had failed, which it might well have done, then at least somebody out there could have made use of that data to take forward the study of rural settlement in Roman Britain. So, so there we are. We've accumulated a massive resource. Alex tells me it's 1 million fields of data, but you see the faunal evidence, the botanical evidence, the settlement evidence, the buildings, and material culture, ranging from the coin data down to the perhaps the most impenetrable aspect of the data, the pots. So that data is available. And now the results.
Yeah. So now,
Alex.
yeah, I will attempt, probably quite poorly, to try and distill 8 years worth of research into about 5 minutes. So I will do that by presenting a very much an edited, selected highlights package from the main outputs of the volume, of the project, starting with volume 1 of the printed outputs on regions and settlements. As Mike said, we collected over around 1 million fields of data relating to 3,650 recorded sites. These were in a framework of 8 regions that you can see there. And within there were these regions were then subdivided by different landscape zones, which in England were recorded by Natural England landscape areas. Into this framework, farmsteads in a number of specific defined forms became the major units of analysis, as opposed to previously on many studies that villas have taken that. This had a fundamental effect on much of our understanding of the countryside, not the least of which was the aspects of the chronological patterning, where we determined that the 2nd to 3rd century was to be seen as the high point, at least in terms of numbers of settlements in use, rather than the later Roman period, as some, but not all, previous syntheses had suggested. Of course, this varied across the regions, and in some cases it varied quite significantly between individual, or sometimes adjacent landscape zones. And moving on, the next volume on the rural economy, and we specifically concentrated on the agricultural economy for much of the volume, where we defined specific agricultural strategies, particularly in parts of the south and central area where we had the most environmental evidence. Here particularly, we had the defined in cattle and spelt strategy in large parts of the sort of central belt and south zones. This was part really of sort of increasing emphasis on large-scale agricultural production of surplus in the mid to late Roman period. And there was some tentative but firm enough links to suggest that it was at least partly controlled or partly influenced by the Roman state. And then finally, the final major printed volume was on the people, how people lived and how people died. As all of the volumes, there was huge amounts of regional diversity displayed in this, but nevertheless, the overarching results suggested that most people continued to live relatively simple lives. This is not to say that this was in any way static. There were great changes in their social, economic, and religious lives. Now, as Mike said, one of the great things about this is that, particularly with this and second volume, is that we could bring in a number of other specialists to work on it, one of which was Anna Rombergner, who took the osteological data from over 2,700 individuals from around over 100 sites across central and southern parts of Britain, mostly from the mid to late Roman period. Now, her analysis revealed that most people in this area, most of the people, the subjects that she looked at, lived very strenuous lives, possibly dictated by the strenuous demands of the agricultural economy, and that would increase. There was also evidence for significant decreased health when compared with a sample that she looked at, or that she managed to get data on from Iron Age and from Roman urban samples. Whether this was because of a increased desire by the Roman state to maximize agricultural production and surplus at the expense of the rural population, it's one of the hypotheses that we explored. Certainly, it wouldn't be the last time in history that sort of happened. And the final and definitely one of the most important, I would say, outputs. I know a lot of discussions already been taking place on this, and I know that will continue to be, was the online resource. Here we had the full 1 million fields of data able to be interrogated in a number of different ways through structured searches, free text searches, map-based searches. Those are some of the stats that you can see on there from since 2015. So it is a significantly used resource, I would say. I mean, there are significant issues with it, which we'll come to next, but I think it's certainly being used by a number of people that in research and in the commercial units that I know of. The main issues we'll come to now. I'll give Mike to do the issues. I'll say what worked.
Yes. I suppose one of the things which was really important at the outset was the joint funding from English Heritage and then the Leverhulme. I think without that combination, the project would have been much the poorer, because effectively the resource from English Heritage enabled the data to be collected from HERs, which was a hugely time-consuming task. And if the three team, and with the maximum Leverhulme grant of 500K, if that was all there was, then I think there would have been no database. It would have been a very simplistic analysis of the rural settlement of Roman Britain. And well, okay, useful in its sense, but not that useful really. So that's something which did work and was really important. What didn't work, I think, for us was, and one thinks, Richards has said it already, others have said it, the consistency of data, the way data is presented, the difficulty of using ceramic evidence. One thinks of the millions of pounds that have been spent on Roman pot and how difficult it was to make much of that data because of inconsistent ways it was quantified and so on. So real issues there of consistency and usefulness. And I mean, but references also been made to volumetrics and how useful that would have been. And I think, I think, Martin, when did you make that point? Was it about 1979, about how, yes. So 40 odd years on, we're still struggling to get a useful base point from which we can make intelligent comparative analysis. And Alex has hinted really that one would love to always to do more, but that ADS, I mean, between us, Alex and I get lots and lots of emails from anybody, from undergraduates to postdocs, trying to understand aspects of the ADS resource. And you realize that some people think that they think it's everything that there is to be known about Roman Britain on that. You have to explain that, this is, read the text, understand how it came about, understand the basis behind it. So the opportunity to grow that, I think, is something which should be thought about, because we've now got, we're getting on towards 10 years worth of really some really important archaeology that's emerged for this period and is emerging now through the really big infrastructure projects. And there should be an opportunity to seize that. But yes, Alex.
Yeah. I mean, it should be said, I mean, for all the frustrations, and there were a lot of frustrations over the years of trying to get this all the data into consistency and trying to compare it in a meaningful way. I do think that there were a number of things which certainly did work. Not the least of which, of course, is that we did achieve most of our primary research aims, is to actually redefine our narrative, at least, of the Romano-British countryside in terms of the settlements, economy, and the people. Again, we have the data out there for people to redefine their own narratives of that, which was, again, an important aspect of it. Other things that I think that worked, really, I think the regional seminars that we set up, they were, aside from being incredibly scary at first, I remember going to the Cambridge one, first of all, where Martin, you sort of, you said various things angered you, and each of us looked at each other, going, "God, who's angered him the most?" But these were incredibly valuable, I think, to take this, what was essentially very raw data at that point, raw patterns, and take it out to people who knew this data best, who worked there, and that then fed back into the project. And I think that was a great benefit to the end products that we produced. At the same time, also having a very active research consultation panel, which met regularly throughout the project, was of huge help. I think it would have been the same products if we hadn't had that. And as Mike said earlier on, ADS involvement from the start, we knew that we wanted this data to be as accessible as possible and in as usable a format as possible. So that was really important to have that. An opportunity to do the methodology paper, which Mike and Neil produced at the end, was also a really important sort of point to sit back and reflect on the work that we've done, and signposted some of the ways forward, some of the stuff obviously we talked about today. But I think also what worked is that we managed to produce the 3 printed volumes and the digital resource and an extra paper at the end in Britannia, all within the project timescale and resources, which isn't always the case, but I think that was definitely a success of the project.
I think what worked is Alex, and having the team throughout, having Martin and Tom throughout. I mean, that was a tremendous thing, the manpower, and Tim Evans at ADS made that aspect of the project work. That was absolutely tremendous. Yes. So
just finally, just in terms of the project legacy, which I thought we talked about more later today, we do know that the source material, the ADS resource, has been used for quite a large amount of research, both undergraduate, postgraduate, and others. We've had very close dealings with some of these and more ephemeral dealings with others. We do know that it's been included in a number of revised regional research frameworks, written schemes of investigations, and, for example, in the HERDS document for phase 2B, it was featured large in that. And we do know that it is influencing commercial archaeology strategies. I have got no specific data on that, but I know from, well, it does help the fact that 3 main researchers on the project are now firmly embedded in management capacity within 3 of the largest units in the country. So I think that's probably had an effect on the project legacy influencing future archaeological fieldwork and post-excavations. So,
but you do wonder sometimes, because every time a nucleated settlement is discovered, you think of watching the program Digging for Britain, or the headlines from HS2, you'd think that, you know, every nucleated settlement was another Roman town. And you sometimes wonder if anybody's actually read these. But there we go.
You can't expect too much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think that's one of the perfect Well, so anyway, now we're going. Oh, I want. Oh, another audience. Sorry, anyway, this is only practically true. We can try to restrict possibly. Running. Second is over.
I just thought I should remind you. I know you understand how everyone.
Yeah. Oh no.
called Alien Cities project. And the primary research on that was really undertaken by Martin Pitts and a team of colleagues. Martin can't be with us because he's at a conference in Rome today, which on a pretty spring day, I envy him deeply. The project itself is one of the sort of grandfather projects we're discussing today, in the sense that it emerged out of a research agenda framed in the late 90s, and the sample parameters and direction of travel, as it were, have been well established in the early 2000s. So although some of the detailed research took up another decade or so, it is quite an early doors project in this exercise. If I had one conclusion from today and from our own project, the thing we should have done differently is waited until the other projects had happened and learned from them. But I suspect that's true for most of us at most times. What we were trying to do was look at the impact of the creation of Roman cities on the settlement landscapes around them. We identified Colchester and London as our urban centres, and we were comparing assemblages between town and country. And our goal was to achieve statistical comparison of good assemblages, which are hard to track down, the discard assemblages that have been recovered during developer-funded excavations. The research questions were addressed, and so in a sense one can argue that the success of the project is that we framed a research agenda and we produced a publication which tackled and offered some ideas about the settlement landscape. The key things we learned were to do with the harvesting of complex data from fully excavated assemblages, and that those assemblages do let us explore complex questions that we couldn't address through purposive sampling or other direct approaches. The resource available from development-led excavation is fantastic, enormous, and does serve a variety of research purposes. And our project methodologies and conclusions, we felt created a platform that we could follow up with further research, and I'll be talking to some of that in a second, which has amplified the impact of our work. So the first thing is the quality of the data coming out of UK archaeology is fantastic, and it does allow complex questions to be addressed. And the particular success of our project was in terms of the intersite comparisons through analysis of finds assemblages, and very much the pottery to the fore on that because of its chronological precision and the diversity within it. And in there, we built on the work of Cool and Baxter and others in the use of correspondence analysis. And we did find that correspondence analysis was a very effective way of looking at the statistical differences in assemblages and did create patterning that was of significant research value. Our big problems, because we were very much looking at quantified assemblages, was in tracking down where those assemblages might be found and how to create a sample across the landscape that would test the research questions we posed. And I think that we found I know we found quite a few problems in getting a sufficiently large sample to be confident of our results. And I would, if to repeat the project, would be looking for a better sample basis in addressing the questions we had. And to do that, we ought to be in the business of mining the grey literature more effectively. Because of the rural settlement project, we'd rather left aside issues of mapping and grey literature, and we were focusing very much on either published assemblages or detailed assemblages that we had access to data from. So that sample bias was perhaps a restriction on our conclusions. We did also find that as we identified where we wanted to look at good assemblages from well-dug sites, that the data we were able to access through publications and archives infrequently had sufficient of the raw data for our statistical modeling purposes. And this required us to track down the primary raw data from which publications have been assembled. And that in turn took us not to publicly held archives, but to the excavation units that had produced that data. And we spent a lot of our time tracking down the right people to talk to in the right units in order to get access to the statistical data from which they generated their publications. And in many cases, because of the data we were trying to assemble, this became enormously complicated. We were looking at floppy disks in some cases. We were looking at stuff that was sitting on hard drives, and we were very grateful to people like Phil Crum and others who actually tracked down some of the primary data from the pottery quantification that had been done during the 70s and 80s. Fantastic data, but very difficult to access. And so there's a very definite case here that the data that one needs to assemble for the sorts of questions we were asking is not generally available through public archives, online, or indeed in the grey literature. We also found that where we weren't able to reassemble the data we needed, in some cases, we were driven back to the assemblages themselves. And that in turn creates quite an additional line of scare stories as one looks at how archives are actually structured, how accessible they are, how you gain access to them, who are the gatekeepers. We know the problems museums have in receiving archives, but also they have problems in ensuring what they hold is publicly accessible. And indeed, when you discover that the assemblages you wish to look at have been fractioned off into the different classes of pottery or bone or whatever in those assemblages, to dig through dozens of different boxes, some with Samian, some with black burnished ware, and whatever. The process of reassembling assemblage data, and that's what we were keen on, is good, statistically measurable assemblages, became virtually intractable. And in particular, the expense and difficulty of doing it doesn't really reward the effort. One should have better quantified, more accessible assemblages to start with. And they do exist, but knowing where they are and knowing how to access them is still sometimes a problem. We also felt that a lot of the problems that Mike and his colleagues have described in the rural settlement project, very germane to us as well. Those same problems were encountered. In particular, the inconsistent application of metrical standards, different ways of quantifying assemblages, different typological series. And this is an environment where actually there's quite a lot of consistency. There are some very good units working in the territory we're involved in. There's a lot of shared agreement over typologies and form series. We selected our research landscape because of the quality of that documentation. But even there, the statistical quantification data, very variable. And it's just terribly frustrating to have to go back to primary material or to go back to originating organizations to reassemble data that could easily have been collected and disseminated to start with. I say easily, it's a supplementary cost to use both eaves and minimum numbers of vessels and sherd counts and weight. But once the things are out of a bag and you're doing the spot dating, to do those quantification exercises is a small additional cost. For researchers to go back into those archives to generate that data at a later stage, obviously adds significantly to the on costs. We also found, as we pulled the project together, a great reliance on the skill sets of the specialists available within our study landscape. And a problem for British archaeology remains that of ensuring those skill sets are maintained, that we have good people working on the primary material. The quality of that work at present is awesome. Whether that's going to still be there in 20 years is a bigger question. We also, through the process of a study which aimed to be interdisciplinary and to look at all of the data sets from our landscapes, continually found itself focused back in on ceramics because there's a lot of it and it's well dated. And we did find it difficult to identify zooarchaeological assemblages, small finds assemblages that were robust enough for comparative analysis within what we were doing. In terms of the things we should have learned from it, I've said the first one, which was we should have followed on after all those other lovely projects which created a better platform. But also we were very over-concerned with economic questions concerning supply and consumption and weren't looking properly at the cultural dimensions of the material we were looking at. We didn't address funerary assemblages. And there was a whole set of other questions we could have asked of that material. We were somewhat over-constrained by the narrowness of our original research framework. That has, of course, been in large part corrected by the research that's gone on subsequently. And I think that the key takeout I would have from this project is what's happened since, which I'm going to cheat and talk about. And that gives me a chance to promote two books. One book I'm going to promote is that by Martin Pitt's, The Roman Object Revolution. This is a product of some of the methodologies and approaches he pioneered in the work we did do here, but taken in the directions that we didn't go. This is looking at funerary assemblages. This is looking at comparative analysis of material across Northwest Europe. It's a better study area. The material in here is stunning. I think this is a good example of where things can be taken. So that's the first book I promote, but I'm afraid I'm going to spend longer promoting this one because it's got my name on it and Martin's not here to fight me. This is really why I accepted the invitation to speak to you. London in the Roman World, just published. We have a book launch this evening at the Institute of Archaeology, to which those of you are free to attend, by all means do come. We'd love to see you. This is very much the product of a similar exercise in trying to draw together data from development-led excavations. There are many thousands in London, development-led excavations to address, millions of stratified assemblages. Gathering that data together is still an incredibly uphill task, despite the fact that the Museum of London's standards of recording, quality of data is absolutely second to none and fantastic. So the materials are good, getting access to them is the problem, and knowing who is doing what remains an enormous problem. This particular book is the product of a chance discovery. I was writing a review for the Journal of Roman Archaeology about a recent Museum of London publication, and that took me to check in the Britannia roundup for 2007. And in that Britannia roundup, there's one little line about a site that had been dug that had found what might be a defensive enclosure. It intrigued me. I got hold of the excavator of that site, a chap called Blair, who's found half of the decent things in the City of London over the last 30 years. And Ian kindly sent me a copy of his post-excavation assessment in 2011. And in that post-excavation assessment, it provided some of the primary data that made me rethink what I understood of Roman London. Now, whether or not you agree with me is completely by the point. The arguments in here were born of the fact that somebody sent me a PXA as an email attachment in 2011. And for 10 years, I worked away in converting some of the new thoughts that gave me into a book. The point is that Ian's discoveries, I think, are very significant in our understanding of Roman London. And whilst I had access to his PXA because I knew him, we used to go to football together, and he sent me a copy of his PXA, that PXA is not in, that post-excavation assessment is not in the public domain. Two absolutely excellent books on Roman London have been written in the same period as I was working on this that didn't have access to that material. And these are substantial works of research that are failing to benefit from what is being discovered in development-led archaeology. The Museum of London's reasons for not publishing the material are very good. The site next door was the Bloomberg headquarters building, and obviously you subsume that particular excavation into the wider study that they're producing of the adjacent sites. And that wider study is developing and will be published, I know, soon. But even so, we're 15 plus years after discoveries that have totally changed my understanding. So if I had one plea from this exercise, it would be, can we get the grey literature not just to be the assessments and the evals, but actually post-excavation assessments are a fantastically valuable research resource that we're not all sharing. So that would be one particular plea. The other is access to all of those wonderful finds assemblages that are coming out of the archaeology of London. This book describes a narrative without the benefit of the multivariate analysis, without the benefit of the correspondence analysis, because those million-plus excavated assemblages are still largely inaccessible in the raw data sense for research purposes. So there's an awful lot that can be done to improve accessibility and how we convert that data into argument. Whether or not you agree with the argument is completely by the by. All right, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to be reflecting on a series of recent studies that I've done over the last few years. And the first, the Fields of Britannia, was my attempt at trying to do a national overview of what happened sort of in the end of the Roman period into the early medieval period. The other three have all involved a regional scale of analysis. And within my sort of main research focus, landscape studies, there have tended to be studies at a national scale, a county scale, and a local, a parish scale. There's a long tradition of detailed parish studies. And I found, as my research has developed over the years, that actually studying at a regional scale has perhaps not been done as much as it should be. And it does make it easier to cope with the vast quantity of data that we now have if you choose that as the scale of one's analysis. The Fields of Britannia benefited from a big Leverhulme grant. Other research that I've done has benefited from Historic England and AHRC grants. But also, Kingdom, Civitas and County I took on when I sold my soul to the devil and took up a senior management post within the university, an experiment I'm not going to repeat. But I knew I wanted something to keep me sane. And so I decided to do a bit of a big data type project and actually do it all myself rather than employing research assistants and so on. And I felt that kept me in touch with the reality of contemporary archaeology. So I always referred to Kingdom, Civitas and County as my sanity project. Now, in doing these various projects, I think the biggest moral dilemma I always had, philosophical dilemma, was the problems I encountered in using raw data in things like historic environment records. And this is something that I don't think has really cropped up a huge amount in the discussion so far, is the problem of the age of a lot of the historic environment data. It started to be written in the 1970s when our interpretative frameworks were very different to those of today. So they contain an incredible amount of data, but many of the interpretations of that data are quite substantially flawed. So just as one little example, it's a Devon example, if you search the Heritage Gateway for Devon plus Roman plus Villa, you will get a very small number of sites, because one of the interesting things about Devon in the Roman period is that people generally didn't live in villas. But some of the sites that are identified as villas in Devon quite clearly aren't. So, for example, there is some Roman building material reused in a medieval castle at Oakhampton. Yet if you search in the HER for Roman plus Devon plus Villa, you get this material. It's a dot on the map. So I think one of the big problems we face with big data research is the extent to which we clean data from existing databases. Now, in my attempt at a national overview, the Fields of Britannia, we really tried to clean the data we use very rigorously. And to be absolutely honest, if I was to reflect, not quite privately, because there's a huge audience here, we didn't achieve the depth of coverage nationally that I hoped we would, quite simply because we ran out of time. And that was one of the reasons why I've tended to focus more on regional scale projects since, because it gives you the chance to clean the data. I couldn't do national scale projects on the scale of the Roman research project, Englade and so on, if I'd applied those really rigorous methods of cleaning. So I think one of the things that I think is really positive about the state of big data research in Britain at the moment is that we do work on these different scales, because that enables us to give the different levels of cleaning. And I think what the Roman Rural Settlement Project has achieved and Englade has achieved are absolutely incredible, because they give us that big national picture. And yes, there will be the odd site, the odd dot on a map that might not be quite right and so on. It doesn't matter. It gives us the big picture, and we can then follow up those agendas through more focused regional and local research. Another theme that emerged through the research that I've done, and in particular the fields of Britannia, is I think not all, but some excavators aren't putting their sites in context. And I think this is a role of the synthesizer, is to contextualize sites. Now, I have come across some absolutely shocking practices of grey literature reports that do not have a location map. When we were doing the Fields of Britannia project, we had to throw away a lot of the reports. We couldn't locate sites sufficiently well in the landscape. And even, in the last few years, I've come across grey literature sites without location plans. And that's pretty shoddy. The main point I want to make, however, is that we can get so much more out of excavated data if we place them within their context. And it's interesting that Nigel Brown is here from Essex County, or formerly from Essex County Council Field Archaeology Unit, because I remember when I was a student and I dug in Essex, I was working on a site and I was given the task of excavating part of a Roman field system. And I observed, to anyone that would listen, that these Roman field boundaries were on the same orientation as the modern field boundary ditches. And it has to be said, back then, no one was really very interested in this observation. So this was one of the things that we explored within the Fields of Britannia project. So on the left there is a very, very extensive open air excavation. This is Huntshill Farm in Upminster in Essex. All the different colours simply represent different phases of ditch. And hopefully you can see that there is a broad north, south, east, west orientation to that landscape. Really interesting. That's how it's published. It's even more interesting if you superimpose the plan of those excavated features onto the Ordnance Survey First Edition 6-inch map, which is what we've done there on the right. And you can see, hopefully, that the archaeological features share a common alignment with the historic landscape of today, which also has this broadly north-south sort of orientation. If this was one site on its own, doesn't really mean anything very much. If you're finding this again and again and again, but you're finding it more in some regions than others, surely there is a phenomenon here that is worth researching. But I still find it disappointing that units aren't going that little bit further when they're publishing archaeological sites to just do this bit more contextualization. We've heard some comments already about the specialist reports within the grey literature. And I too have had all sorts of problems in the research that I've done in these big data projects in using the grey literature, and particularly some of the specialist reports. I think there is a worrying decline in the way that some sites are being published. We're getting summary reports rather than full reports. That might be understandable for reasons of funding and so on, but it's always very disappointing when you know there's a grey literature report there that's on the ADS, but the published report in the county journal doesn't give the DOI for where you can find the full archive report. And there are little things like that that maybe could come out of this today. I'm sort of looking at Barney there as well. Establishing some standards that if you only have funding to publish a summary report, there should be a section maybe after the abstract that says this is the DOI for where the full archive report is available. Similarly, there's a worrying trend in some county journals for publishing the stratigraphy, but not the specialist reports. It's once again, perhaps due to funding constraints and so on. It could be a workaround would be if there is better referencing of the grey literature that has to be archived online with the ADS. Even with grey literature reports that are on the ADS, when I've been doing my work, I've been depressed at how many times the appendices aren't archived. Sometimes it's an appendix with a really useful, potentially geophysical survey, that's not there. Or the plant macrofossil report, that's not there. And you kind of have to go and email your mates in the units to try and track down the specialist reports. I've come across things like charred cereal assemblages where there's hundreds and hundreds of grains of cereal, apparently. And it's just left at the assessment stage. That's not really good enough. It's interesting, various colleagues already, including Mike, has mentioned problems with the standards in pottery reports. And I still remember I went to a conference of the Roman Rural Settlement Project in Reading, and somebody asked a question about why the project hadn't really done very much with the pottery. And Mike's response was fairly short and brief and critical of the standards within those reports. And once again, as part of my sanity project, I just thought, well, there's got to be something we can do with all this pottery. So at a regional scale, the east of England, I wanted to see whether there was any regional patterning in the coursewares, something that I felt as a bit of an outsider to material culture studies hadn't really been studied in great depth. And I had great fun working in the library at about 7 o'clock in the morning before I had to go off and be dean, going through report after report. And in this map, the little grey diamonds are the kiln sites for what's called Wattersfield ware, a courseware produced in Suffolk. The proportions of the black symbols represent the percentage of a pottery assemblage that is Wattersfield ware. The white squares are basically sites where Wattersfield ware was not identified. And what I think this shows is that Wattersfield travelled very widely across the region that we would call East Anglia. It reached from sort of central Suffolk all the way up to the north of Norfolk. It went westwards into Cambridgeshire. Hardly any of it goes south into Essex. Now, the obvious explanation is they didn't recognise it in Essex, but of course I went to see some of the fine specialists. And it's the same fine specialists working in Essex on those assemblages that worked in Suffolk. They did recognise Wattersfield ware. They weren't finding any of it in Essex. So this is suggesting something about the movement, the trade, the exchange, or social blocks on the movement of Wattersfield ware within that region. Now that was only possible through access to large numbers of grey literature and published reports on pottery. But unfortunately, some potentially really useful reports I just couldn't use because the pot wasn't quantified adequately. And sort of lastly, another bugbear of mine is the way that particularly paleoenvironmental evidence often I don't think is given the attention that it should. Many excavations produce relatively small assemblages of animal bones and plant macrofossils. And I know for a fact that they're often not studied properly because the view is the assemblages is too small to say anything about the site itself. Now, of course, this is a product of developer-funded excavations where the developer is funding work on that particular site. However, cumulatively, if we start adding up the assemblages from lots of different sites, we can start to understand regional patterns of agriculture and farming, as the Roman Rural Settlement Project has shown. So what I would make a plea for is that we don't throw these small assemblages on the metaphorical spoil heap, that we do basic quantification. Because if you lump data by region, a series of local sites, they might all be on the same geology and soils. You might only have 50 or 100 animal bones from one individual site. But if you've got 5 sites in the locality, all on the same geology and soils, suddenly you've got an assemblage of 500 bones. And that does tell us something meaningful. So I think the underlying issue for contemporary archaeology and developer-funded archaeology is that, yes, developers are only paying for work on a site, and it's difficult to persuade them that they need to do work that has research value, such as paying for a specialist to look at a small assemblage. But I think we do have to encourage them that this is a valuable exercise because it adds to our wider understanding of the past. So what I would hope is that as a profession, Historic England, the Institute and so on, as well as the academic community, we need to be sort of trying to raise the bar to establish certain levels of standards so that even small assemblages are studied because of their research value. So I didn't really particularly summarize the results of these various projects, but I've just tried to focus on some reflective comments. There is a huge amount that we have achieved, but I would hope there's a lot more we could achieve if there were some better standards, particularly with grey literature reports. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to, thank you both for those contributions. So moving later in phase now, first with John Blair and Anglo-Saxon matters, and then with Ben Jervis going on for medieval rural studies. Okay.
So it's, that's the one, yeah. So how do I slide?
You just, but
Oh,
if you
okay.
want to go back.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Right. So my starting point is the Leverhulme project that I did a few years back that was published in 2018 as Building Anglo-Saxon England. Much smaller than the Roman project, probably about 5% of the total number of sites. It was a one-person exercise. I did it all myself. I had it all in my head, which of course had severe limitations, but also certain advantages. So much has been, sorry? Face the mic, sorry, yes, okay. It had certain advantages. So much has been said already that I was going to say. Very much my inspiration in this was Richard's project, and I felt I was following in Richard's footsteps. So many things he said resonate. One was the importance of talking to people, and the wonderful summer I spent touring England, visiting HERs, talking to local planning archaeologists, talking to units, was so much more informative than most of the reading I did. And you actually get people on the spot. Have you got any 9th century settlements? Well, if you haven't, then why haven't you? And so on. And so much came out of that that I couldn't possibly have got in any other way. I did all the basic things that Richard advised. I used the ARP, I got the grey literature. And I then, after doing that, and after contacting the generating bodies, I then visited the HERs. Very interesting, the huge disparity in the feed through of grey literature reports to HERs. Because when I went, I'd already got what I'd got from the generating bodies. Quite surprising in 1 or 2 counties to be told, oh, we've not got anything early medieval. But actually I knew they had. I had a stack of the reports already. They just hadn't got through. And I think the consistency and comprehensiveness of feed through is something that there certainly should be a big focus on. Well, my theme was an English settlement 600 to 1100. And I think I got it's a small sample, but I think within its own terms, a consistent sample. Steve talked about cleaning up. Well, yes, fortunately, it was a small enough body of material. I could do that and try to assess it intelligently. So, for example, the HER that told me they had about 500 early medieval settlements, where I knew there were virtually none, the answer was that every place mentioned in Domesday Book counted as an early medieval settlement in the HER. Obviously, just taking that blindly would have produced some highly misleading results. So I did get some pictures, some interesting results, but the thing I was aware of then and have become even more sharply aware of since is that it was a particular cultural set that I was studying across the board. And that is buildings, in the early stages, sometimes sunken featured buildings, but buildings of post-hole or post-entrenched construction, which tend to go with a particular material culture set, including pottery, metal small finds, and then from the 680s onwards, coins. I was uneasily aware that there were some things I probably wasn't seeing. I could make some interesting conclusions of the patterns of what I could see, but what was I not seeing? And I'll come back to that a little bit later. No. No? Sorry. No? Oh, okay, right. This is up to about 2010, so of course it could be, should be extended now, but I don't think the patterns have changed very much. Interesting to plot settlements, visible settlements, I emphasize again, against the background of the trend surface of furnished Anglo-Saxon cemeteries. Oh, so sorry. Sorry, so sorry. Yes, okay. First of all, that the area that produced visible settlements is rather smaller than the area with cemeteries. Secondly, that one could see a certain concentrating in after about 600 into a smaller area of central to eastern England. This map shows the sites up to about about 850. This one, the red dot, are the settlements in the range 850 to 1100, combined with small finds in green and post 750 coins, the black dots, which show, I think, pretty clearly an extension of this visible settlement and material culture set outwards from that eastward region, further to the south and the west, filling out, but not going very much beyond the regions where furnished burials had, the furnished burial rite had been practiced in earlier centuries. Well, of course, now, particularly since Ainglade, there are various ways in which we can carve up England. But just to make the point that if we take on the one hand the Fythian Adams and Tom Williamson and so forth, a model of drainage basins, and then the Robertson Rathmell division of the countryside, and especially the central province, I think what we can really see is the morphing of something that looks very much like the Fythian Adams and Williamson North Sea province into something that looks more like the central province. I'll leave that point without developing it further here, but I think that we are starting to see some interesting patterns here in terms of a particular building culture and material culture set. Early medieval archaeology, settlement archaeology in this country has always suffered from lack of big sites. It is extensive rather than intensive. It's tended to be excavated in little tiny chunks, which don't really give an overall impression. And I would still say there is only one site in the whole country where we have a completely preserved, extensively excavated panorama of a nucleated late Anglo-Saxon settlement. And that is this, Stotfold in Bedfordshire, which was dug by Albion Archaeology and which I found when I visited them, but which hitherto have been completely outside the public domain, was not known about at all. And it just is an example of how, by trawling in this way, with the enormously helpful assistance of the people doing it, one can find some really major things. I think we're seeing here the kind of settlement landscape that in most other cases, we are only seeing in bits and pieces. Well, of course, since then, other things have happened. And of course, there's the huge Huntingdon Bypass project, which has produced some very important sites of all periods. One of Steve's projects that he didn't mention was the one that he and Chris Martin and I did on grid planning in the early medieval landscape. And Steve will be familiar with plans like this. And maybe this is a quarter of a bottle of gin, do you think, Stephen? This one? Yeah, which we assessed in, we had our own code for assessing their convincingness. The hypothesis is that from about 600, there was a technique of formal grid planning using standardized modules, the most common of which was the module of 15 feet. That's about 4.6 meters. It was interesting on this new site, just to try it out, highlighted here are buildings that appear to fit the grid, but it leaves out, of course, a lot that don't. We looked at many sites of this sort where it was clear that there were various phases superimposed. Buildings come and go. Some are conform to the grid plan, some not. It's an interesting case where now there should be a dialogue between this hypothesis and the continuing writing up of the site and the phasing of the site, because they're in a way as a hostage to fortune. I've selected certain buildings that fit, but will they in fact turn out to fit when the whole site sequence has been worked out? That remains to be seen, but I think it's an interesting illustration of how one can have a useful dialogue between concrete field evidence and hypotheses. I've been talking about the kind of building culture that one can see, and I think when we look at the end of that building culture, we begin to see some of the problems, because the early medieval technology of post-hole and post-entrench buildings essentially disappears after about 1100, 1150. And Marc Gardner's done some important work on this. Once you get beyond about 1150, there are, these are pretty much some of the last, and there are very, very few examples going on to the later Middle Ages, but basically they disappear. So what were buildings like? And something I think that has been not sufficiently realized is the kind of hole we've got in rural buildings between the end of the ground set timber technology and the first appearance of standing vernacular buildings from the middle of the 13th century onwards. My impression is, insofar as one can judge it just from the archaeological evidence, that there is more homogeneity, less marked regional variation in building types between about 1100 and 1250 than there is in the periods either before or after. I think that is an important question, linking the early Middle Ages, where the evidence is all below ground, to the central and late medieval evidence, where we do have some upstanding buildings. I think that is an area that could be pushed at much more. Then from the 12th century, it now seems we get the mature framed techniques, which it looks probably coming into England from Germany, the Baltic and the Rhineland, to produce, of course, the standard timber frame technology from the middle of the 13th century onwards, of which thereafter we have lots and lots of examples. But what's going on in between? In everything I've been saying, I think, there is a big hole in the middle. And that is the kinds of buildings we just can't see. And, the thing that an excavator really hates is to be told in this huge area you're digging, there are lots and lots of buildings there, you just can't see them. I mean, this comes back to Richard's point about periods of invisible building culture. I was fascinated by these reconstructions, now themselves getting a bit decrepit, at the Highland Museum, of building types which I strongly suspect were absolutely ubiquitous. Because to be honest, if you excavated one of those, if the site's not been ploughed, you might just about possibly see something. If the site's been ploughed, you won't see it at all. And for all we know, buildings like that could have been ubiquitous through the whole of early medieval Britain, England and Britain. May even be that in Eastern England, where we've got the post-hole buildings, they were actually a minority, for all we know. There could have been many more like this. But it does, I think, make one confront the fact that there are huge areas, not just of presences, but I think one of the things about doing a period-based study is one also sees the absences, because one of the things that struck me going around, talking to local archaeologists, was a lack of awareness of the oddity of the fact that, for example, in many of the West Midland counties, there's virtually not a single early medieval building. Well, people just took that for granted because that was their own patch. But what I realized going around was how different that was from what happened in Eastern England. And of course, we're used to things like this in the early medieval West. This absolutely ubiquitous sort of small rectangular buildings, often with rounded external corners, built of rubble or cob or other versions of solid walling, which tend to be visible to us in the parts of Western Britain which have abundant rubble, a tradition of building in rubble construction. The building's not so different. It's just that the walling materials are of a kind that we can see. Whereas if the equivalent thing was done in earth, we'd be much less likely to see it. Likewise, wattle buildings. Well, the top right, Dublin, this kind of thing, we're used to being told that this is Viking. Actually, I don't think it's Viking at all. It's simply a Western British Atlantic sort of building. But how? I mean, where else were wattle buildings built? You only see them in cases where we've got the appropriate waterlogged conditions or the build-up of urban stratigraphy, like those examples there at Durham or the one on the bottom left in Gloucester. This again, I think, could have been ubiquitous. Now, obviously, we as Richard was talking about, you can't refine techniques beyond a certain point. This is true, but I do think excavators should be much more aware of the possibility of buildings of this general sort, which maybe we could start to, if we were more aware of them, perhaps start at least to get some sense that they are there. Ages ago, Guy Beresford wrote about what he called the timber-laced wall, which I think is a concept that perhaps people have rather forgotten about. The tendency, if you excavate something like the building there on the left, to say, well, it's a timber wall. You've got posts in a line. But suppose actually many buildings where you've got post holes are not posted in a line, they're reinforcements in a solid wall. And I think some buildings, including some of the post-Roman buildings in the southwest, make much more sense if one tries to reconstruct them in this fashion. Very revealing here are these two late medieval buildings from Norwich, where cob walls survived upstanding. I mean, look at that one, not the bottom one, but the one up there. Supposing we excavated that, what we would get would be 3 post holes in a line, a couple of pits. We wouldn't really make that building plan out of it. What we can see from the fact that this survives is that it's cob walls which have been reinforced in rather inconsistent ways. Regional cultures are very interesting, and I hope that my project threw some light on that particular regional culture in the early Middle Ages of ground set buildings. I'd just like to end with 2 examples coming later, where one can see regional building cultures not dispersing and fading away, but on the contrary, forming themselves from a point of generality to regional specificity. First of all, the Isle Hall, which seems to appear at the end of the 10th century. These incredible survivals of these timbers from London are actually the earliest datable building. However one reconstructs it, it's not like any other building that we know in England. It just makes one wonder what some of the ones we just have excavated plans of were like. By about 1000, 1020, 30, there are quite a lot of them. And this, again, I strongly suspect is a Northwest German, Westphalia, Rhineland, perhaps import. Interesting that in that thought in mind that the first one should be in London. But the main point I want to make is that if you were to map these, the X's on this map are known aisled halls before 1100. The crosses, 1100 to 1250, both excavated and standing, and the triangles, mainly standing examples from 1250 to 1400. What we see is that in the early Middle Ages, they're all over the place, but from some point in the 13th century onwards, they concentrate inwards into the southeast, Sussex and Kent, but also very strongly in Essex. It becomes almost a local peculiarity there, but it's not something that's been there long term, or it's not an immemorial tradition that's gone on. Quite the opposite of that. It's a regional pattern that's come about through processes that are, I think, need to be thought about and are very poorly understood. And my second example is Krupp building. I think much too much is made of too much heavy weather is made of the origins of Krupp construction. It seems to me it's in its most simple form, it's something extremely obvious and indeed ubiquitous. Where it does become distinctive is from the mid 13th century onwards, when builders in certain parts of England start to adopt it at a higher social level and in a more permanent form for the newly prosperous sort of upper peasant market from the mid 13th century. As Marc Gardner again has pointed out, there are some persuasive cases of crux from excavated buildings. These ones from the site of Eckwyck in Somerset, compared with a couple of Breton buildings, these characteristic rounded ends with a central post setting, which can be paralleled from much later Scottish and Western Isles examples. But the point I want to make is that these don't seem to be particularly regionally specific. There aren't very many of them. It's inherently a very difficult thing to see from below ground evidence. But there's another very persuasive example, which is from Wycombe Bon Hunt in Essex, which is right outside the later Krupp region. And indeed, if you map the earliest documentary references, which are to Forkai and so forth, the things that appear to be Krupp buildings, they don't seem to show the same strongly regional patterning. The map is a very famous one, showing this extraordinary eastern frontier of Krupp construction as it had formed by about 1400, which people have often taken to be some sort of immemorial major cultural boundary, though it doesn't actually relate to any other very obvious frontier that one can think of in terms of the period. But it seems to me the evidence is very strong that in 1100, that frontier didn't exist at all. It's something which has taken shape in the course of the High to later Middle Ages. So the note I would end on is that we have a gap between, on the one hand, the early medieval post-hole and post-entrench tradition, which is now, I think, well understood as regards at least what happens at ground level, and the various traditions of local building, which we can start to see in England from the 13th century onwards, as surviving structure above ground becomes more abundant. The big challenge is to fill that gap, to try and get more of a hold on the enormous numbers of buildings and building cultures that are very difficult to see, and to use that to try to get more sense of how building culture changes over time.
Very much. Right, I'm going to pick up on, I think, a number of the themes that have been mentioned already in a number of the other papers, but in a diversion from the previous two, we're going to move more towards portable stuff than sites. I just wanted to make one observation on the basis of this first slide, which is this project, the Living Standards Material Culture in English Rural Households, 1300 to 1600 project, was funded by the Leverhulme Trust. And that's a name that I'm seeing cropping up an awful lot. Leverhulme Trust exists largely to fund research that no one else will fund. So if this kind of synthesis work is as mainstream as we believe it is, why aren't the research councils throwing big bucks at it? Just a question for the discussion, maybe. Okay, so the Living Standards Material Culture project is an interdisciplinary collaborative project between myself and my colleague Chris Briggs, who's a historian at Cambridge. And I should say a lot of the archaeological work here was done by my colleague Alice Forward, who was the research associate on the project. So we basically set out to address two key questions in our project. What goods did non-elite medieval households own, and what factors influenced medieval consumption? And we combined some unique historical records, the records of the escheator and the coroner, which are lists of goods seized from the houses of felons, and then material from archaeological excavations. And we kind of set it against a backdrop of PAS data, but for reasons that many of you will be kind of aware of, having encountered PAS data, we didn't necessarily look at it in as robust a way because it's a very different and difficult data set. It wasn't a national study. We looked at these counties that are highlighted here in green, which is largely led by the pairs of counties which were covered by the escheator, who was the official responsible for seizing these goods for the crown. I'm not going to go into great detail about the results of the project. I think there's some recordings of me giving the kind of stump speech on the project on YouTube somewhere. I'm going to focus more on some of the issues we encountered, but just to give you a kind of overview of the kinds of evidence and differences between the evidence, which is really where the roots of this project came from. The Escheators and the coroner's records give us really great information about animals, about furniture, about metal kitchenware, clothing to varying degrees. The coroner's ones kind of look a bit more like post-medieval probate inventories that some would be familiar with. And that's in complete contrast, of course, to what we see in excavations, in which we get those kind of small things forgotten, as James Dietz called them. The metal dress accessories, the knives, and those kind of things. And for reasons which have been covered by Mike and Steve already, we excluded pottery from this survey, which will come as a surprise, always comes as a surprise to people who know my background. And of course, the PAS data set gives us a whole other range of material, and I'll talk about that a bit later on. We get things like horse equipment and coins in much bigger quantities than we do from the excavated assemblages. Okay, so the first thing that we encountered was to think about the richness of these material assemblages. I think our understanding of medieval material culture is coloured by the big books of stuff from Winchester and the big book of stuff from York. But actually, what we found was that medieval rural settlements, and by which we mean kind of villages, farmsteads, and also kind of small town sites, are actually not that materially rich. There isn't actually that much stuff coming from these sites. You can see here some kind of attempts to kind of look at the density of sites, and you can see that the vast majority of sites within our clean data set actually had no artifacts other than pottery. I think one thing that we have butted up against is this common assumption that medieval sites are archaeologically rich, and you often in a report you see there was a surprising lack of finds from this site. Actually, it's not surprising at all. That's the norm. And of course, we're not seeing all those things that we're seeing in the historical records. What we did find is that the richest sites are those ones where you do come down onto a house or the area around the kind of settlement area. And this is an exceptionally well presented house from Island Farm, Ottery St Mary in Devon, excavated by Cotswold Archaeology and published in Internet Archaeology, as just to give an example of the kinds of things that we're finding in these houses: knives, iron tools, various bits of kind of building furniture, and then also some, interestingly, copper alloy repair patches. And this one, which should be said in light of what Steve was saying, had exceptional archaeobotanical evidence, which has been brilliantly published with a kind of interactive site plan and stuff in Internet Archaeology. So maybe this is the future of where we should be headed. So one thing that we wanted to do was to see how we could use interdisciplinarity to go beyond kind of gap filling. We obviously have sources which are telling us different things, but how can we try and make something of those similarities and differences? How can we enrich our interpretation through this interdisciplinary work? And as such, how can we allow archaeological evidence to have a stronger role in furthering the narratives about things like medieval consumption, which have been dominated by economic and social historians? So a really nice example was the study of quernstones, which some of you would have heard me witter on about before. Within our Escheators lists, we have an exceptional group of lists dating to 1381. And these are all characters who were killed because they were revolting peasants. And they're all from Kent. And these are the only really examples within the Escheators list which include hand mills or quernstones. And we thought, oh, great. This is all about resistance. This is all about, you know, the way in which tenants would seize lords would seize the stones from their tenants and those kind of things. But then we thought, well, why is it only occurring in Kent? And then we looked at the archaeological evidence, and we found that actually we've got a particular density of quernstones, which are the red, in Kent and in East Anglia. And these, of course, are the areas of the country where suit of mill was not imposed in the way it was in other places. Basically, tenants had greater freedom to mill their own grain. They didn't have that obligation to use a manorial mill. So here we are able to kind of use the archaeology to question the obvious or the hopeful interpretation that emerged directly from the historical analysis about existing narratives of resistance. So I think what this example shows is the potential of kind of using these interdisciplinary approaches within these kind of synthetic contexts to develop kind of more mature interdisciplinarity, which allows us to kind of bounce between the sources rather than just filling in the gaps. Okay, I alluded to PAS. Now, PAS, of course, has massive potential for understanding objects. Nothing else, the database is brilliant source pictures. So there are over 150,000 later medieval objects on the database. And most common things are coins and buckles and strap fittings and seal matrices. Interestingly, there's not been many research projects focused on the later medieval PAS data compared to a number of studies which have used this material, around 65 or so at my count when I put this together, on Anglo-Saxon or Viking archaeology. There have only been 28 on the post-conquest period, which are largely focused on kind of unique objects like coins and pilgrim souvenirs. But as I alluded to earlier, this data set is quite different on the whole to the excavated material, but we do occasionally get excavated sites, ignore the Roman brooches, such as this one from Throckmorton Airfield in Worcestershire, where the collection of finds here are actually very similar to the kinds of things that we get from the PAS. We've got a mirror case, we've got jewelry, we've got coins, occasional vessel fragments. So here we were talking, someone was talking, I think it was Richard was talking about understanding how the data were formed. And of course, what's crucial is understanding that PAS data have very different site formation processes behind them to excavated data. We've got issues of modern bias, which have been looked at, for example, by Katie Robbins. We've got different processes going on behind how those objects are being acquired and find their way into the ground. And some really interesting work has been done recently by Michael Lewis and Elias Saxanen on thinking about signatures of medieval markets, for example. So the questions we need to ask are, why are the objects from the PAS so different to those from excavations? And what do those excavated assemblages, which have a kind of PAS profile to them, actually mean? So I think similar to what I was saying about interdisciplinarity, here this project has kind of highlighted a need to try to develop more nuanced and complex approaches to how we can integrate the excavated evidence and the PAS data together to go beyond simply going, oh, they're quite different. What does that mean? This is another thing which has been flagged by pretty much every person who's spoken today, which is the standard of reporting. So this data is taken from the report put together by Alice Cattermole for Historic England and CIFA back in 2017, where she analysed a sample of 1,000 finds reports against professional standards, and very depressingly showed that only 12 or 13% of artifact samples met 75% or more of the criteria required by professional standards. And her report highlights how specialist advice commonly isn't sought, about how materials aren't adequately quantified and characterized, basic things like dimensions aren't recorded, that the reports don't place the assemblages in their wider context, that they are highly variable in their structure and content, which of course, when we're trying to develop approaches which are kind of mining these reports for data which we need to be consistent, is massively problematic. So a nice example is ironwork. So obviously there are very good reasons why ironwork often isn't adequately recorded, because the ironwork itself is inadequate. But of course, often ironwork isn't X-rayed, and all we are able to say is that we've got a nail or even an iron object or an iron lump. And this really limits our potential to draw meaningful conclusions from these objects. And nails are a brilliant example. So Ian Goodall came up with his nail typology back in the 1980s. But it's very rare that we find nails typed against any kind of typology. Often not, we get 20 nails or 20 or so nails or some nails. But of course, different types of nails were used for different types of things. We've got nails which were used in furniture, nails which were used in building, nails which were used for flooring or for putting up screening around the inside of a building. And of course, working from the historical perspective, what we're seeing are those objects, the chests and those kind of things. All we're seeing archaeologically are the metal fittings. So where we can type them, as Phil Jones did here, for example, in relation to a site at Staines, yes, the majority of these are unknown, but here the bulk of them are the type 1 nail, the kind of small square-headed nail. But then also we've got some different types of nails there as well, which I can't remember what they're all used for, but for different types of things. So we can begin to say a bit more about what this assemblage actually means. So here, this is a good example of how the variable quality of these finds reports really limits the ability to actually say something meaningful about this material. And another example here of the need for, I won't talk about whetstones then. Basically, whetstones are really exciting, but if you just say you've got a whetstone, it doesn't tell you anything, but once it's geologically provenant, you can begin to say some interesting things about marketing patterns and the way that the fish event horizon and the importation of fish from Norway corresponds with the increasing prevalence of Norwegian schist homestones, for example. So again, showing here how it's vital that the material is recorded properly so that we can take these kind of ubiquitous but really understudied objects and kind of elevate them to say something useful. And somebody mentioned earlier about not going back to material, but the project also highlighted a number of brilliant assemblages which no one knows anything about, which we were able to revisit, like this one here from Hewish in Wiltshire, which was excavated in the 60s, published in the 70s. Going back to material, we could then reframe that in terms of our knowledge of new material. So how can we maximize the potential of this sparse archaeological record? Clearly, we need to contextualize it. So clearly, we need to better characterize it. And maybe we need to go back to some core questions about, why are we studying artifacts? What's the point? Are we recovering and recording them appropriately to allow us to do that? And how can we integrate these different types of objects and data sets? So clearly, synthesis is a really important next step, along with improving practice, capacity building, and developing innovative research agendas, which I don't think is news to anyone in this room because you've all said pretty much exactly the same thing. So I will wrap up there. And sorry for overrunning slightly.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Now moving on to Gill, this is the one that's different in that we're not actually pleased to know you're different, in that we're not dealing with a single synthetic review, but the sense of it's this kind of question of the quality, I think, of some of the work that's come out over the decades from the Oxford unit, and the scale of the data they've been able to deal with in the Thames region, and the quality, invariably makes it itself its own synthetic study. So over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. Okay, thanks, that's great. Thank you. I'm going to be taking a slightly different perspective, as Chris says, and I'm very much going to be looking at this from the field. So looking outwards and looking at how we can, from the field, produce information that's most useful for synthesis. But actually, perhaps I think more importantly, how can we take the evidence from the synthesis to use it effectively on site? Because if we're not asking the right questions in the field, we are not going to get good information in the end. We're going to endlessly produce the same old information. In the 1970s, when I began my professional career, my view is that life was much simpler. People knew each other. There was a much smaller group of people involved. So when David Miles was digging at Barton Court Farm, he was able to go back in the evening and talk to Bob Wilson about the animal bones that they were finding. Martin Jones and Marc Robinson were able to talk together about the environmental evidence that was coming up. Reconstructing the villa economy was central. Research was an important part of their fieldwork project. And there was a constant dialogue going on. When we started work at Yarnton, life had already started to become a bit different. It's right at the beginning of the 1990s when developer-funded archaeology was kicking off. But nevertheless, Yarnton was an old minerals permission, and we were able to secure English heritage funding, Historic England now funding for its excavation. And that meant that we had to justify what we were doing in terms of a research agenda, a research framework. If we hadn't had a good research purpose, we wouldn't have got that money. And it was a much more flexible and iterative system. So standing on the Iron Age and Roman site as we are now, looking out over the fields and wondering why it was in the Roman period that the seeds that were coming up with the weeds with the cereals were from much damper ground. We thought, well, you know, where is this material? Why is it suddenly different to the Iron Age fields that were being cultivated? Looking at the Thames in the flood, what's underneath those lovely paleo channels? You know, what information is there? And so that led to a field walking project, and prehistoric material came up from the floodplain. We were able to evaluate it and excavate it, find an extensive prehistoric landscape down there, which in and of itself, by extension, showed how valuable these floodplain landscapes are for prehistoric archaeology. So it had a really good outcome from that point of view. But to work within a research framework, a research agenda, is really pretty rare at the moment. It does happen, of course. Heathrow Terminal 5 is a really good example of a site which was, or a project that was research driven. But it's pretty rare to be asked to do that. Usually you're working with a method statement to which some research aims are attached, usually copied from the regional research framework. And so you get on and do the work as best you can. And it's increasingly hard to reverse that way of working because archaeology has become much more fragmented. We do, of course, input information onto OASIS, and that's much more standardized and better, but it's very, very rare to be asked to produce material to a common format, to a consistent level. And of course, contractors have set about to devise their own recording systems. They're all very different. They've invested money in them. They've invested money in training staff to use them. So getting people to change is going to be hard work. But also, I think it's important to realize that there are difficulties now about the scale of the work that's undertaken, the speed at which it has to be done. Multitasking by all the people involved. Project managers are very rarely spending time very long on site, and they've got various other projects to do. They are specialists in the office, but they're very, very widely spread. And some of these projects are very, very far flung. So the inevitable separation has arisen between fieldwork and post-excavation and then synthesis. We're stretching it out. It's become very, very fragmented. And therefore, it is difficult to make sure that people in the field are making the right decisions to dig the right things at the right time. Yarnton was long ago enough for this to be not so much of an issue. I was able to go into the office every day, talk to the specialists, get the information, bring it back. We had processing, environmental processing was going on site. That's really valuable. You know what's producing information, what's not. But it's quite hard to do that with projects when you've got many going on and they're spread over quite a large area. As I say, I learned at Yarnton by talking to my team, talking to the English heritage specialists, the environmentalists, bringing academics out onto site and talking to them. But there's rarely time to do that effectively these days. So how can we make sure that we're digging the right things to produce the information that is needed for synthesis? Well, if there is a way, if there's a will, and certainly these days, with digital recording and web-based systems, it is much easier to get that kind of process going. So for example, Fraser in the office in Lancaster, the project manager and the environmentalist in East Druce are able to see where Helen has taken her environmental samples. on the site at Carnarvon. And they can look at the material, they can suggest areas that should be focused on, areas which are producing nothing. This can be adjusted. And the find specialists can similarly feed in information as we go along. This is possible because the mapping is updated every day. The information is, you know, at the moment, if you see what I mean. And it's possible as well for the client and the curator to see what's going on, what's been excavated, what hasn't, which evaluation trenches need to be written off, or what can be concentrated on a bit more. And it's also possible as well for academics and other people to see what is going on real time on these sites. Importantly, it's possible for the people who are digging on those sites, all the excavators, to get this information up on their phones so they learn what's happening, what information is coming back from the office. They can learn how to work more effectively, how to put these research questions together on the site. This is really important. And client confidentiality and permissions willing, it's possible to widen this system out more effectively. Because I think what we really need is much more dialogue. We can produce as much data as we like, but if we're not talking to each other, I think that we're not producing meaningful data. Of course, this system wasn't available when we were doing the Yarnton excavations. It's too long ago. And the post-excavation took decidedly longer than it should have. And that, of course, led to all kinds of issues to do with specialists leaving, lack of continuity with the field and PX, which hopefully could be improved these days. And yes, there was an inevitable lag of time, of course, as information comes in. But there were those magic moments when you get the results from the lipids, for example, from the grooved-ware and the Beaker pots, and realizing that the Beaker pots have got virtually no lipids in them by comparison with the grooved-ware. And that comes in at the same time as the animal bone evidence, where you can see that not only were they rearing a lot more sheep, but they were dismembering those animals differently. They were cutting, they were disarticulating huge pieces of meat. They weren't chopping it all up. They were doing a lot more filleting. And it seems that they're cooking whole joints rather than lots of bits of meat. So it's lamb kebabs with your Stella tonight and none of that pork stew business. Or when, for example, you get the radiocarbon dates from the material, from the paleo channels on the floodplain, which illustrate the first moments at which hay meadow starts to be produced at the end of the 8th, beginning of the 9th century AD, and realize that that chimes with evidence from the sites that people are ploughing their fields and weeding them more effectively at the same time that they're building these lovely timber halls. So these are not just data, they're stories. And I think that it's quite important to realize that it's that whole narrative that needs to be conveyed and not just bits of evidence. This, in a sense, is what the Thames Through Time volumes, 3 volumes, the one on the left is just the first of 3 volumes. But they try to grapple with those narratives, those stories. But it was all done very longhand. There was no database attached to it. And it was done by going to the HERs, looking at the grey literature and the publications, talking to as many people as we possibly could. So very much in the same way, perhaps, as Richard and John gathered their information together. It's very time consuming, it's quite painful. And it's lovely to produce a book, but they just capture a moment in time. And already these volumes are out of date. And that is really quite depressing considering the amount of work that went into them. The Solent Thames Research Framework was a sort of quite a different beast. It was done at the same time, much the same time. But of course, it was a much more collaborative and, if you like, egalitarian exercise in which people got together to produced county-based and then period-based information that was brought together with research seminars and constant revision and so on. But I would say actually possibly the most, I don't know, the most informative part of the exercise was the launch that we gave at the end, where we had a big conference to launch the book and got a lot of people together. And this is people in the commercial sector, academics, it's non-professionals, quite a lot of amateurs came along and joined in. And there was a lot of engagement, really, really fruitful, collaborative discussion. And I think that's really, really important. And I know Richard and Mike, you were saying when you were going out and talking to people, you felt that you were sort of, you were just sitting there using their time. I have to say that for those people, it was really helpful because they were able to talk about their sites in a way that they seldom are able to do. And I think that was really appreciated. I think that the lessons that we learn are, or what I've learned, is it's when we collaborate and when we talk and go through the physical process of sharing information that's so important. We need more integrated project teams, bringing together field archaeologists with specialists and academics, influencing the research strategies and adding value at the same time so that academics can see areas where there isn't enough money to do research, but where there really are good opportunities. But we need to create a mechanism, a forum, if you like, where people can come together in a non-confrontational, collaborative environment to discuss and share ideas and develop research strategies on a regional and local basis. And that should influence what we do on site. And we need to share these stories, obviously, in a way that draws in non-professionals as well. But I would say that my important message is we need to stop treating fieldwork, post-excavation and analysis and synthesis as though they're separate things. This is all part of one archaeological process, and we need to integrate them all much more closely together. Thanks.
Thanks. Can we just do the rules of combat discussion? Sorry for this. John has got the mic. We've got people online as well as in the room. People online can't hear you unless you've got the mic, number one. Number two, they don't know who you are. Even if you know who you are. So if you want to comment or ask a question or whatever, can you wait till you get the mic, identify yourself and then go, right?
Correct. Can you hear me, Rebecca? Am I coming through? Rebecca? You're coming through here, but is it coming through there? Yeah?
Yeah, we're okay. Good.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna, I know I handed this over to you, but actually I'm gonna steal a show first of all and make a few comments. Gill, that was a great presentation. You mentioned T5, and you know, framework archaeology was founded on something called an archaeological philosophy, which I think is kind of lacking in most organizations are actually seen. It was a philosophy about how to explore the past and how to construct narratives. But what that did was it did actually impose its own standardization on the way we went and excavated sites, the way we recorded it, and the way we actually employ technology to inform that process and distribute the data using the framework Freeview. And Fraser's here, I'm really proud he's here. And we distributed all that stuff, and people can go and do all that standardized searching across all those assemblages. I really wonder how many people actually have ever done it, really, have used that stuff, which is a question. Roman pottery has been mentioned with feedback in a few times, and even within somewhere we understand the system. I remember at Stansted, the standardized weighing and counting of potsherds across the entire database was fine. That was the basic standardization until at Stansted, the pot specialist in the Roman period decided to abandon that and enter everything was EV, is it equivalent vessel numbers, which completely spanned all the quantifications in the entire database. So we had to re-enter it all again. It just says just counting and weighing. Which brings me on to sort of question, Steve, you did about analyzing and standards, small amounts of material. Yeah, I think that's an important thing, and bringing those things together. It's actually quite hard to justify doing that unless you know somebody is actually doing that, analyzing that material and actually looking at the bigger picture. And the projects we've heard have all come along and been fantastic projects, but projects are things which have a start, a middle, and an end. And they become standalone things. You just said, Gill, about those books are out of date already. It's how do we enshrine these things into everyday practice? So research, synthesis, the archaeological process, as you say, is ongoing. It's not just wonderful projects that produce databases which are out of date even before the project's finished. How is that process brought about? So enough of a bit of a rant from me on those things.
Thanks, John. There is some good points there to pick up on. I would start out by saying we've had some fantastic talks this morning. I'm particularly pleased that we finished with Gill, who made the point that we're not synthesis and field work and specialists and so forth. We're all in this together to try and understand the past and communicate it. But as has become clear from the sorts of not only the benefits that have been shown by these fantastic synthesis projects, but also the challenges, the problems. There are some issues that we need to sort of tease out and try and think about. And for me, we keep coming back to what in my notes here, I started out by calling the quality of grey literature, but it's actually quality in a whole series of other different ways and accessibility of information. Those are very knotty problems, but I think they're probably one focus for this discussion. And I would particularly pull out a point that 2 or 3 people made about, in a sense, the dissonance between what's available in grey literature at the sort of site and structure level and at the finds level. And this is another of those sort of odd fractures in archaeology between what you dig up and the structures that they're within. And it's quite interesting the way in which, with 1 or 2 exceptions, the syntheses that we've heard about this morning have tended to focus at the sort of structural building landscape level rather than the artifact level, which is almost counterintuitive given the nature of what archaeology is concerned with as a material past. That may be an issue that we want to pick up on in discussion. Can I just bang a drum of my own here, which is something that I think only one person, I think Steve, touched on, which is that I've recently tried to start synthesizing an area of landscape which I'm interested in, and discovered that it's actually incredibly difficult to get people's geophysical survey data. And there are some issues of standardization of HERs, but even the best HERs will have a PDF of the results of what someone thought the geophysical survey data was, whereas the data that you can actually reprocess and use and do mapping is largely unavailable, and you have to do a, if I could do it, a Richard Bradley going around knocking on people's doors and saying, I don't suppose you have a floppy disk from that survey a few years ago. This is crazy. And there are, I'm sure that other people who've, we've heard a little bit of the same frustrations. We're spending millions of pounds gathering information. It should be an expectation that that information is available for the future, and that's something we just need to do. And the other point that came out for me, I've got pages of notes here, is the issue of consistency, which John picked up on. Not only consistency in way things are recorded, but consistency in sampling and so forth. Now, it's probably a panacea to think that we're actually going to get to some perfect sampling. What's key is actually not having everything the same, but having the information to understand how the sample has been created, because that you can then use that metadata to work towards synthesis. The other two things that I picked out that may be worth thinking about for discussion are firstly, what's missing, and John excellently demonstrated that in discussion of medieval buildings, but what's missing more generally is got to be one of the focus for thinking where synthesis goes. And the other is something that sort of slightly troubled me, and I'm a great fan of the Roman rural settlement project, but it's the one that I've been worked with most, sort of the data most closely. And I come back all the time to the tension that is there between large-scale synthesis that tells you what's happening broadly across the landscape at different periods in time. And a number of the presentations we've heard this morning have shown us very clearly. And what's happening at the very local level, at the specific. And there's an underlying tension there that a lot of academic research on the areas that I'm interested in at the moment is going down to the very local, the individual, the particular. And it's that tension between the particular, the local, what's happening with individuals in the past, and these big, broad, the sort of spelt belt sort of generalization, if I can put it that way, which is perhaps at the core of where archaeology as a discipline is going in this country. My graduate students all seem to be interested in the very specific, the very local, the individual. And what we're talking about in the moment is the big picture. So those were some thoughts that I put together. I'm told that we can, if I can put it this way, eat into lunch by about 10 minutes. So we've got between 10 and 20 minutes for questions and comments. So can I open it up to the floor? And Rebecca, you'll wave at the back if you've got any.
Leo Webley, Oxford Archaeology. I just wondered if I could sort of follow up on a couple of points from the perspective of somebody working in development archaeology. Obviously, consistency is something that's come up a lot in terms of consistency of recording, consistency of what is done. A number of people made the point that that's a barrier to synthesis, which I wouldn't disagree with. I think Stephen Rippon was also making the point that a lot of what does get done is very much focused on answering questions about that specific site, whereas recording assemblages that might instead inform future synthesis maybe gets missed out. And I think he was suggesting that was a lot of that was to do with funding. But the point I was wanted to make was that yeah, sure, funding is part of that, but actually, you've got to recognise that there is a tension here in that a lot of the guidance that's out there from Historic England and other people very much stresses that one should not, as a point of principle, simply do everything, record everything in the same way when you're writing up and analysing a site. You should very much be focused on doing things that answer the research questions for your site. So, you know, there is a real tension here between, on the one hand, trying to maximise the research potential of your individual site, and on the other hand, generating data which may or may not in the future form part of someone else's synthesis. And I think actually, you know, resolving that contradiction, you know, in my mind, is not actually something that's very sort of easy or straightforward to do. I think that's a real challenge, even setting aside any issues of funding. Something else I just wanted to briefly pick up on is a couple of people have mentioned in terms of publication that often a lot of the sort of detailed data, particularly the scientific data, plant remains and so on, gets jettisoned, particularly in sort of journal article publication. And I just want to make the point that I think a lot of that is not coming from the units when they're writing this stuff. A lot of the issue there is the journal editors, particularly for county journals. A lot of the time now, they only want quite short synthetic reports. They don't want a full report with loads of scientific data. And that's exacerbated by the fact that a lot of these editors aren't archaeologists. A lot of them are historians. They don't necessarily understand archaeology, particularly in terms of the more sort of technical scientific aspects. So I think that is, it's got to be recognised that that's what's driving a lot of that. And the final point I just want to make briefly was some people have mentioned sort of access to material collections in terms of synthesis. We at Oxford Archaeology have many large archives dating back many years that we can't get rid of because there's no archive to receive them. We do whatever we can to facilitate researchers coming and looking at this material, but we don't have any funding for that. We're not really set up for doing that because, frankly, it's not actually supposed to be our responsibility. So if we can sort out the national crisis in archiving, then I think that would help a lot in terms of producing synthesis in terms of the sort of material collections. Thank you.
Thanks.
Neil Sharples from Cardiff University. I was just going to follow up Martin's point about you know, the problems of analysing geophysical survey, because what it stimulated in my brain was I recently did a thesis whereby someone was looking at digital surveys, which are taken off in a big way, particularly in the north. You know, digital surveys of major monuments, and this person had been looking at some of the classic monuments from Scottish archaeology, like Musa and things like that. And the problem arose was that the digital surveys that had been done only 20 years ago were now almost completely inaccessible because the technology had moved on so much, and that they hadn't backed up things in the way that would allow them to be reanalyzed and broken down and reconsidered to new surveys. So the point of the dissertation was, how do we compare what's the condition of the monument from 20 years ago to now? And it proved to be almost impossible to do this because, well, I think she did manage to do it, but only by an enormous amount of personal interrogation of the data and fixing it, which would literally in the next 5 years would be impossible to do because, again, we've moved on. So the creation of these digital databases is a major problem if we're not keeping the technology, we're not archiving the technology to allow us to reinterrogate the digital databases. And I think it's a much broader generic problem than just these surveys. So there is a huge issue there.
Rebecca's got an online comment.
I actually have a lot of online comments, so so I might have to be quite selective. So I apologise to our online audience. So I have one here that has just come in saying that Leo is making a valuable point about slimline journal papers, which is why the archive report is of prominent prominent importance, not just their PXA leading to publication, as not all areas of analysis have seen the light of day. I also have a question that came up during Ben's little presentation. Is the reason we often don't find many archive artifacts because a lot of sites we dig these days are ploughed, truncated, or is it true or well-preserved sites too? Ben, can I give you the mic? Or anybody else that wants to take it?
Come up to the mic here.
Okay, so I think it's down to three factors, of which, yeah, ploughing will be one of them. Another one is the trench is too small, or the trench is in the wrong place. And then I think the big one, which I don't think we think about enough, are site formation processes. And the fact that, I can think of one very famous medieval site where has a very rich assemblage of finds from across its occupation, but for the period that we were interested in was its abandonment. And the site had clearly been stripped of anything valuable. All that was left were a few kind of what I'd call improvised artifacts, some bits of door fitting and that kind of thing, and some broken stuff, and then a big pile of pottery. So I think we need to pay much more attention to that basic archaeological principle of site formation processes. And that kind of underpins that. And that's something which is really difficult to do at the synthesis level, because we're looking at this big scale. But you also need to then be able to tact that site-specific or even context-specific scale to understand what that data is telling you.
John Blair, just to follow on material culture, I'm very familiar with traditional Finnish houses, and I've been in many, both in actual, even lived in and open air museums. And what strikes one is how almost everything is made of wood or cloth, and they're not much pottery traditionally, beautifully made wooden things, coopered toned bowls, coopered mugs, tankards and everything, looms. They're not bare or poor interiors. They're very richly furnished ones, beautiful textiles. None of that would survive archaeologically. And also, and this is actually a question about these inventories, these studious inventories. Wouldn't a lot of that just fall below the line, so it wouldn't be mentioned? I mean, isn't it likely that a lot of these inventories are actually missing out 90% of the actual furnishings of the buildings?
Yeah. So it sounds like a lunchtime discussion to me. Marc.
Marc Vander, Linden, Bournemouth University. Just to go back to the point of the variety of the digital data and the lack of it, it is potentially worth considering another example, the Dutch example, where it's a totally different organization of the archaeology. So because they have a licensing system, the units have to place their data, either in the equivalent of HER or into another repository. Otherwise, they lose their license. So that creates actually extremely rich archive where you will find an awful lot of the raw data, which is extremely useful. This being said, technology is not the sole answer, in the sense that you will still have probably squared, if not cubed, the same discussion in terms of, and what do we do with all of that? And it's being felt as extremely overwhelming. That's another point. It also looking at it from the kind of Dutch or Flemish point of view, which is there is a lot of pressure in terms of consistency because they have standards, but it has a negative side effect where lots of people are saying it becomes a tick box exercise. So enforcing standards is also a way of giving people a free card, as in you are minimizing the standards. And I'm going to put the onus on me. I'm left wondering, oh my God, these are the people I have taught at university. What happened? What happened to them? Did I teach them so badly? Did not teach them the right thing? Or is it just that the system does not have enough money for them to do the work? And I think there is this twofold problem here.
But two in the room and one in the corner.
Hi, Matt Brudenell, Cambridge Archaeological Unit. I just want to do, in a way, partly echo what Leo was saying, but also reflect on the idea of standards as well. Because for me, I think that we've got more standards than ever before in commercial archaeology. In fact, I think we are drowning in standards, and they are more prescriptive than ever. And actually that stymies a lot of how we approach the archaeological record and what we do with it. So to hear that the things aren't standardized enough makes me a little bit sick, if I'm honest with you. You know, there's the idea of also sort of data perfection as well. And I can't remember a time in archaeology when data has ever been, you know, you can pick it off the shelf and use it. You know, and I'm a pottery specialist, so obviously I feel like we've both me and Nigel have taken a bit of kicking actually throughout this thing as pottery specialists, and so I want to reflect on that slightly. But you know, when we do with our sort of data collection, we're also trying to think about what it's going to be used for, and that changes over time. So pottery data is going to be inconsistent as well, like any forms of data, and it's not. You know, it arises from the choices we make as well. So, you know, I just thought it would be worth putting that out there, that the idea that we're going to, you know, create this perfect data set that we can use forever and it will be, we can go back to it in the same way is a bit of a myth, really.
Thanks, Matt. Do you want to pass it just across the, no, towards, oh, we're going that way.
So online, everyone's having a very lots of discussions about databases. So I'm going to pick up a couple of...
I think I'd pull the plug on them then.
So I'm going to pull up a couple of comments from this discussion. Databases are not archivally stable. We need to reduce the raw data and metadata to allow it to be real built in whatever new software is in vogue in future. But all of this is meaningless if it is not appropriately archived with the receptacle that can curate it and mitigate formats as needed. Someone else has put they agree that archive reports are the receptacle. Sorry, I'm having a long day. The repositories of data these days rather than journal articles. Delays in getting archive reports through the OASIS system and into the ADS means that DOIs are genuinely not available at the point of publication of summary of accounts in journals.
There's one.
It's working, is it? Ah, yeah. Okay, Fraser.
Thank you very much. Fraser Brown, Oxford Archaeology. Is that coming through for everyone? Yeah, I'm not the first one to say this morning, and I think it's a recurrent theme, but there seems to be a bit of a, this conference is about learning and big data, and it's all kind of focused back on synthesis again, and it's where is synthesis placed? Where is that? I mean, it seems as there's a kind of conceit and a construct in archaeology that field archaeologists provide the data and academia interprets it. And it seems to me that I think what a lot of us have been saying today, and there seems to be a general feeling that that shouldn't be the locus of where research happens. It should be put back. And again, this is part of the ethos of framework archaeology, I think, back into the process of the excavation. I mean, and that as archaeology scaled up, other people have said this as well, we've moved away from that. And I think a lot of academic endeavor, rather than getting research grants to enable them to synthesize big data sets, could be put into the mechanisms which allow the field units and the academics to work together to enable synthesis at a grassroots level. Thank you.
You know, I agree with that, Fraser. And about standardization, I agree. I can't stand the tyranny of standardization. but you do have to have And that's what I say about the philosophy. And the philosophy guides the way you approach the past, how you record it, what you excavate, what you quantify, and how you interpret it. And if you don't have a philosophy, then you're just reduced to standards. And whose standards?
Okay. Hi, it's Ben Jervis. So just to go back to what Matt was saying about standards, I think the key word that often we miss from standards is minimum. And I think, yeah, the standards can become overburdensome if they become prescriptive, but at the same time, we need a minimum threshold to allow for compatibility. And just on the pottery point, we've kind of dwelled on the fact that there's inconsistency in recording and all this sort of stuff. But the main reason coming as a pottery specialist to our project that I elected to miss pottery out is because pottery is complicated, it's regional, and it changes much quicker than other types of object. So even if it was beautifully, consistently recorded, that would have been a major problem for us to integrate it into the project. So I think the onus is partly on those doing the synthesizing to think about the methods that we can use to actually make use of that data as well. We shouldn't just be putting all of the onus on the producers of the data. And maybe that's one area where working with specialists who understand the material is really critical.
Yeah, it's Steve Rippon here, shouting, sorry. Just to build upon the point about the need, I think, for the universities to be working the field units. I mean, I agree, absolutely. And one of the books that I featured on that first slide, which was called Exeter, A Place in Time, it was a collaboration between the University of Exeter and Cotswold Archaeology. And it had Arts and Humanities Research Council funding, so government funding, and Historic England. So I think absolutely we need to be working in that sort of collaborative way, and it can work very effectively. And also I would add that a lot of the work that I've done, I couldn't have done without working with colleagues in HERs, the Planning Authority archaeology teams as well, who have an enormous body of knowledge about their particular locales. So yeah, partnership working is definitely the way forward.
To respond, and there's another sector here which is the consultants. We can't, when you talk about field units and commercial archaeologists, it's not just the people who dig the stuff up, it's not just the planning archaeologists, it's the consultants as well. And I think that's the sector we need to be engaging with. I don't know if there's anyone from consultancy here today. But maybe we should be bringing them into these discussions as well.
Yeah, so how do we make all this work then? Richard Bradley. One possible model that might be worth looking into is the one used in Ireland, the Irish Republic, Instar, which takes strategic problems in archaeology and sets up projects which are 50-50 field units and academics on equal terms and not on individual sites. For example, one of them was cultivating societies looking at the origins of agriculture in Ireland. They've been spectacularly successful. And frankly, in terms of outlay, would be a tiny percentage of the money that is going on obtaining the material. It would also have to answer the problem of dealing with small samples from many different sites by not being related to individual projects, but to one broad agreed research question. I've reviewed a number of example applications for them, and they are really of a very high standard.
Yeah, Chris Evans. The one thing I sort of worry about, which kind of relates to the future seminar series, is whether what we're actually asking out of synthetic studies is actually institutional. And that gets to back to the issue of research hubs, et cetera. Because a lot of the problems is that we're generating this data, and I think there still is, greater need. There's still a need for some larger view studies beyond just the site level. But the whole issue of the curation of data, building a database and then how is it updated? Because right now they're not updated. So it makes it slightly a waste to do this. And it's difficult to see where that's going to embed if we don't come up with something like the research hubs. It may be that the natural place for them is in the university. But in a sense, in terms of the decentralized nature of British archaeology as it currently stands, I think it's probably asking too much. We're expecting an institutional answer out of something that is not institutionalized. And I think that's a problem. Can I make one other point? I would like to ask Mike and Alex in terms of their work, the idea of how we learn. Do you get a sense of, having done the project, of the value of major site exposures of settlements versus small scale? And I sometimes wonder that if the brunt of our learning, because we have a model now that because of the planning process, we kind of dig everything almost. And in rural situation, I wonder if the learning return is high enough on small exposures to be making it worth the effort. Because really, once the picture fills in, we start understanding the basis of the regional economy, small assemblages, because sites don't, the urban model that you dig this site, then people will come along and dig the site beside it and will build a great. That doesn't really work very much in the rural countryside. One small site stays alone. And it's whether, like, of Roman assemblages of less than 1,000 animal bones or pottery, are we really learning enough out of them? Or does the major way of learning all come out of primarily come out of medium and large scale excavations, where if you say, you're seeing something in the area of 40% of the total of the settlement? Is that where the real learning process comes? I'd just be interested in what your take is.
Chris, we're going to have to stop. Can I just ask whether you'd like to respond to that quickly? Because otherwise I can see this opens up a whole new area. I was going to suggest that we might want to, with Barney's permission, pick up on that theme at the end of the afternoon discussion.
I was just going to say yes and no. That's quickest.
Which illustrates why we're going to break for lunch now. And can we come back promptly at 2:15? That gives you half an hour so that we can try and keep to time this afternoon. Thank you to all our speakers this morning.
Can we settle down again, please? Right, thank you very much for having a quick lunch. I'm Chris Gosden, by the way, the other Chris. And Chris said, Chris Evans said we did this together, but actually he did quite a lot more of it than I did. So although we did do this together. I've got a few things I prepared to say, not very many, but I just wanted to reflect on some of the things that came up this morning. And Simon Schaffer at the beginning and Gill at the end talked not necessarily quite in these terms about politics. And I think it's worth thinking about the human relations and the sort of who does what and how just for a second. So Simon said, and this is really interesting, I think, and I do not know what to make of it. Theory in archaeology, pure theory in archaeology has died. So as big data has increased, the theory wars have disappeared. And Simon also said that in the early days, well, no, the early days of not the early days of the universe, but the early days of my career, like the sort of 70s and 80s, all the kudos was with the theoreticians. There aren't any theoreticians now, and that's not true. And then there's the point that Gill and Fraser raised about synthesis, the units, the people who dig the stuff up, the people who synthesize the stuff. So there are issues of politics there, obviously. And I'm not sure, I mean, maybe people in the units feel like they're providing data for other people to synthesize, but I don't think other people feel that way. Certainly the universities, that's not the relationship that we perceive. So I think interesting. Oh yeah, yes. Okay. Yeah, I've lost my thread a little bit now. That's all right, that's all right. I was going to say something was interesting, but I can't quite remember what it was. Oh, no. Yes, I remember. And I'm with some other voiced opinions about issues of standards. I mean, clearly, minimum standards apply. And in Englade, we found that, you know, not everyone is able to put their grid references in properly. And that is quite helpful, it must be said. You know, there's Iron Age sites that are in the North Sea and so on, probably not very useful to anyone. But beyond that, I mean, dwelling on standards endlessly is, you know, to some degree important. But I think actually that the sort of human side and the politics, how we organize ourselves as a community, as a profession, seems to me at the heart of what's yes, I'm having an identity crisis. The politics of the profession is something we need to think a little bit more about, and quite how we organize ourselves as a group. And for me, and I won't talk about this, but we could, I mean, I think the notions of a notion of the commons is very interesting, to think of information as a commons, accessible to everyone, input to everyone. And the interesting thing about the commons, as medieval colleagues will know, is it's not just in sort of physical terms, it's not just grazing land or whatever, it's a community that regulates access to the commons, as in make sure everyone has access. So I think those sorts of issues are things that we need to think about a lot. But the things I prepared to say, which aren't much. So big data. We've talked about the big aspect a bit, but we haven't talked about the data aspect so much. So the origin of the word datum, as you all know, is the notion of a given. But of course, data aren't given, they're constructed. We work with a series of conventions, a series of typologies, grooved ware, Roman villas, whatever, into which we fit our data more or less easily, more or less difficultly, and then we use those conventions to think about the past. So my point is not a sort of, postmodernist, we don't need conventions or whatever, anything goes, but to say that with data, there are two impulses, and they've sort of come out today in a sense. There's a really well-developed impulse which talks about defining your categories, being certain about things, being sure of what you're saying. And the most brilliant but impenetrable exploration of that, of course, was David Clark, Analytical Archaeology, where he attempted to build up from the attribute level to the culture level a series of characteristics that would lead on. The attribute would lead to the artifact, would lead to the assemblage, would lead to the culture. And if we got this right, in his view, we would be producing secure and objective knowledge. So that's one sort of impulse towards data is, let's get it fixed, let's get it agreed, let's work with it. There was the impulse that we had in Englade, and it's interesting, the different, I think prehistorians are messier than early medievalists. So early medievalists worry about cleanliness in a way that prehistorians don't. So Anwen, who'll talk in a minute, came up with a really compelling notion of characterful data. Data have character by virtue of all the stages they've been through, from someone thinking about digging or whatever in the first place, to digging, to categorizing, to storing. And those characters are part of the data. You won't get rid of that, and they're fun. Any notion of character is a sort of, an attractive notion. So rather than thinking you can have objective data, which are all the same and characterless, let's be fair, then we ought to revel and understand and think about the character of our data. And in doing that, we will understand more about the process of generation, but also the process of thinking about it. And to put the same point a slightly different way, our Englade notion of data was much more relational. That a single entity doesn't mean anything very much on its own. Grooved ware pot, Roman villa, it's the relationships that it inhabits and that come out of it that are the important thing. So that's a much sort of looser, more open notion of data. Slightly worrying maybe, that Roman villas can differ in their character depending on the nature of their relationships. And often archaeology, and probably other disciplines as well, has seen these two, sort of clean data versus messy data as an either or. But maybe we can use both things in different ways. And I think the thing that we haven't included in our, we have actually this morning started to think about things like narrative. What are the stories we're trying to tell? What are the analyses, interpretations we're trying to come up with? And therefore, what sorts of data, very clean data versus slightly messier data, are good for different narratives? So I wouldn't see these as an either or, definitively defined versus, oh my God, it's a bit messy, but fit for different purposes. And what we haven't done, I think, in any of our big projects, and certainly this is true of Englade, we worried about the data at the beginning, and we worried about the categories, and we worried about, cleaning. We did a little bit of cleaning. Even prehistorians have to clean a little bit. But then we didn't worry about the data at the end. So I think we need to sort of, once you've said what all the data mean, in your view, then maybe we should go back and think. So, you know, the things that all the big data projects, one thing that we all worried about was regionality in various different ways, regional differences, and is there a central province or a central something or other, or whatever. And these are all very legitimate. But what we didn't do then, once we'd arrived at our various notions of how regions worked, we didn't go back and think about what were the crucial aspects of the information that led us to our conclusions about regionality. So rather than sort of closing the data loop, you start with the data and you move to interpretation, and then that's it. But you know, were the categories that we employed actually fit for the purposes we were trying to employ them for? And that also then makes us think about the narratives, the stories we're telling, all of those sorts of things. So I think data, and this is where the sort of standards issue, I don't think you can have you know, you can have minimum standards, you know, is this a cow or is this a sheep? But you can't have absolute standards, because standards depend on what you're trying to do. And if we just spend the rest of our lives trying to develop, you know, the perfect standard for something or other, then we'll all die unhappy. So that's my thought about data. I think, have I got anything else? Yeah, so no, I mean, just to say that, so data aren't necessarily adequate or inadequate in the abstract. They're adequate or inadequate in respect of some purpose. And so we have to think more about our purposes and then go back and think a bit about our databases and all of those sorts of things. So that's enough, quite enough from me. And I will introduce Anwen, who is here, and Chris Green, who isn't, who are going to talk about both Englade and prehistoric grave goods. So, Anwen, please.
So thank you for having me here, and it's really nice to be here in person and actually to talk in person instead of in an online workshop. Flying in the face of our strict timetable today, I'm going to talk about not one, but two synthesis projects that I've worked on over the last 10 years, drawing on diverse data from across English, Scottish and Welsh archaeology. The aim is not to compare these two projects really, since one came after the other. More, it's to give an account of the lessons we've learned over the course of these projects, and particularly in terms of the interpretive potential of big data, and also what research can give back to archaeology more widely. For each project, I'll give a summary of what we did, a few key findings, and what did and didn't work. So Englade, the English Landscape and Identities Project. It's a 5-year project, ran from 2012 to 17. ERC funded, and it was based at the University of Oxford. And we were aiming to create a history of the English landscape covering the whole of England and the period 1500 BC to AD 1086. And here is our team, a diverse assemblage of expertise. I think I'll stop there. And our data were drawn from over 90 different sources, and about 900 of these digital records made it into our database, which we then supplemented with, you know, mapped data and data from various different research data sets. And here are our 2 main books, and we also did 20 research articles in total, and you can find those listed on the Englade blog. So findings, I think our first main finding really was complexity. Our research reinforced but added interpretive subtlety to previous understandings of the English landscape. So what we see here is 2 maps of England, one from 1932, which shows the Bronze Age archaeology in blue dots, The other from Inglade, where we've termed all our data complexity, which is because it's not just sites really. And so this covers the whole of our study period, Bronze Age through to the end of the early medieval period. But as you can hopefully see, and the sort of dotted line shows Fox's Highland Lowland zones. And as you can hopefully see, in many ways, the overall distribution of evidence in England is not hugely changed since Fox did his map in 1932. A Highland Lowland division does still exist. There's been no levelling up in archaeology yet. But what has changed is our appreciation of the richness of archaeological evidence, its subtleties, and in certain realms also its repetitiveness. Another thing that I think's changed is our certainty in explaining this evidence. I think we're more self-aware, we're more sensitive to the complexities behind the patterning. Key finding too, I think, was there's the interpretive potential of big data. Data that are so large and complex that they need different ways of working. Now, we're not talking of big data on the scale of the Hadron Collider, but we're talking about wielding a data set that's so large and complex that it involved what David Weinberger, the philosopher, described as a certain analytical loss of control. And this is a mode of analysis in which Chris Green's computational skills came to their own. So these maps here, the one on the left shows the cost in terms of the density of archaeological evidence for the Roman period of moving through the English landscape. And this is very much sort of weighted towards the Roman road network. And the lovely murmuration images on the right, in these, Chris plotted the cost in terms of sort of the density of archaeological evidence versus the cost in terms of moving across terrain. And if you can unpick this, I think what we decided these meant were that for the Iron Age and Roman periods, the cost in terms of moving through terrain correlates with where all the evidence is. But for the other periods, the evidence isn't clustered in the easiest places to move through the landscape, which is quite an interesting conclusion, which could only be done by this quite crazy means. And I think the value of visual experimentation was a key thing that came out of our project. So moving on to what did and didn't work. What did work was getting familiar with a full range of characterable data, as Chris has just touched upon, in English archaeology. Its ins and outs, its etiquettes and politics of use, its interpretive potential and its histories. And this has had multiple knock-on effects. So yeah, as Chris has already said, we developed this notion of the idea that English archaeological data were characterful. They have complex creation histories involving human and non-human processes, but importantly, they're still interpretively useful. So this slide shows some of the many different kinds of data that we were working with, finds, environmental, site-based data, terrain, and so on. And one key way in which we gained familiarity with this massive data set was via our quite blunt 10-kilometre square exercise, in which we tried to match and link overlaps between the key data sets that we were working with. And in doing so, this made us realise that the idea of creating clean data, whatever this is, was not possible for our project. And instead, we had to shift our critical attention to thinking through how to make these data analytically useful. So overall, this data familiarity has given us invaluable insight into the flow of information in English archaeology. So it's led to our involvement, both Chris and I as advisors, in Historic England's Heritage Information Access Simplified initiative, but also I've taken it on into future research projects. What did work, number two, was being bold, really. We didn't shy away from the complexities of big data, although it would have been very easy to do so. And I think we had a few shaky months at the beginning, didn't we, Chris? We wondered what we were going to do. But we created broad-scale models that tested everyone's analytical comfort levels, including our own, due to their abstractness and coarseness. but which are interpretively useful and interesting and often very beautiful, I think. And I think one key example was the affordance maps that we developed to help unpick patterns in past practices from patterns created by recent research practices. So the one shown here is for archaeological object or finds affordance. And this is a composite model of the likelihood of finding archaeological objects, drawing together evidence from existing studies of bias in the portable antiquity scheme, but also on wider factors like topography, current land use, the known location of archaeological sites. What didn't work, Inglade data were certainly big, but they weren't necessarily fair, and you've probably come across the FAIR principles. They are not findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And so our publications are also sort of variably accessible. And this is very much Inglade is a product of its time. FAIR wasn't even created as an idea until 2016, so I think we're off the hook. It would also have been very tricky to develop common terms of access and reuse with all our data providers. And it's also important to say that we did engage closely with our data providers during the lifetime of the project. For instance, we co-authored with Algeo a best practice document for researchers interested in using historic environment record data. And Chris Green has really done a great job with communicating about the project outputs via the project blog. In the end, though, Inglade data are relatively difficult to access and are not really useful. Moving on to project 2, the Prehistoric Grave Goods Project, Objects and Death in Later Prehistory, Prehistoric Britain. So this was an AHRC funded project. The initial project was 42 months long and ended in April 2020. The follow-on impact project is drawing to a close. It ends in September 2022. So our study period was the Neolithic to Iron Age time span. Yes, it's a collaboration between the Universities of Reading and Manchester and the British Museum. So key features of this project, we investigated all material culture found in formal burials during the Neolithic, Bronze and Iron Ages within 6 key case study areas. So not the whole of Britain or even the whole of England. We used historic environment record data and Canmore data as a starting point, and we enhanced this with wider research database and published evidence. So it's a much more traditional way of working. Our final database had only just over 1,000 site records, just over 3,000 grave records, and just over 6,000 object and human remain records. I'm just going to give you one key finding. So I think probably the main, or maybe two, the main finding of the project really was that we were able to highlight humble objects, the things that don't make it into museum cases, but that are still very important in burial practices like pots, pebbles, and what we termed local exotics. We were also able to situate grave goods in relation to much wider spectrums of depositional practices. So, for instance, object deposits at burial sites long after the funerary practices took place. But also to ask the question, what goes in a grave relative to what goes in every other context in archaeology at any one point in time. And I think you can sort of pick this up from the contents page of our book, which I've shown there. What did work on the Grave Goods project? Well, all of our publications are open access. And as far as it was possible, our data are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable via the ADS website. Perhaps more importantly, what the Grave Goods project has done is also give back to archaeology more widely. So one way in which we did this was through historic environment record data reintegration. So the image on the left is of a Canmore record, which now includes a prehistoric grave goods project link, which has a report which summarises all the information about burials and grave goods from a particular site. And overall on our project, we enhanced over 1,000 existing historic environment record and Canmore site records. We created 57 new records and a lot of new finds records in HERs, and we added a lot of new bibliographical information to historic environment records, which is an area that's particularly difficult for historic environment record officers to keep sort of tabs on. A second initiative, and this is really part of our current Boundary Objects project, is our Finds Hub that we've built with Crispin Flower at Exegesis. So this is a crowdsourcing tool for linking online information about archaeological objects and their context of discovery. It was launched properly to the public in early February 2022, and we've so far linked 66,000 objects from the National Museum of Scotland and Aberdeen University Museum with their context of discovery. And I think an unexpected outcome of this is that it's also created a new impetus to improve digital records, because, you know, once these things are made available online, you suddenly realise that they're quite thin. So one thing that Hugo Anderson Weimark's done in the National Museum of Scotland is to create over 3,500 new image records to put online. What didn't work, I think we tried a bit too hard to integrate HER and data and the Gravegoods project database. So we retained HER data structure in our database, and we used a fish vocabularies throughout, but this was quite fiddly and it didn't always work for us research-wise. It took quite a long time to do the data return to historic environment records. And if we did this again, I think what we'd go for really is the sort of very straightforward report style thing that we did for Canmore, which is basically just a link that can go in the HER record, which summarises how we've enhanced what they've done. So turning to the questions of today, and you've probably covered most of these in the discussion that you had this morning, but anyway, I'll just chip in my own thoughts. So these are the Chris's questions. Are archaeological data fit for research purposes? Well, I think that all data and fieldwork outputs work at some level for research purposes. I think interoperability of data sets is a key issue, and that computational methods like Inglade's spatial binning method that it used to group data that overlapped can only partly overcome this issue research-wise. It's fine for broad brush patterning, but once you get down to detailed data, you do need to start to clean it, and that's obviously much more time consuming. Data quality is highly variable in all realms, as we all know, and standardization of vocabularies and practices is just one important way of addressing this, as Chris was saying. It's just part of all of the mix of the way in which we sort of come together. And the other thing is that many data, and in particular museum data, are still very inaccessible to researchers and more widely, and that's an important thing to bear in mind in our increasingly digital world. Lastly, I think it's really important to turn this question round, because we're asking, are archaeological data fit for research purposes? But is our research fit for the sector as a whole? How much are we actually giving back to archaeology as researchers? And these are some of Barney's questions that he added into the mix. How can we improve the public value of archaeology? Well, really, the obvious thing is that we need to use archaeology to produce compelling stories about the past and to share these stories widely. I think centralising archaeological data but via mechanisms like OASIS is really important, and for us all to work towards fair principles across archaeology. I think involving the public directly in research is really important. So on Inglade, we had quite large volunteer involvement in data cleaning. On the Gravegoods project, we've had this Ancient Death Cafe, a monthly forum to involve volunteers actually in doing object-based research, as well as our sort of crowdsourcing initiatives. Another thing is, I think we really need to think about using research to improve public records, to share the load of this task. So it's not just for sort of very thinly spread historic environment record officers or to do this work. And lastly, I think it's really important to see beyond the problems, the details, the limiting rules, to be bold and to be experimental like we were on Inglade, because it does something, it moves things forward. I think that's it. Thank you.
We've got a few minutes for questions, so same deal as before. I think if a microphone will go around. Yeah.
Can Chris be asked questions as well?
No, definitely not.
Can't.
Yeah, no, he can.
Chris Green.
Oh, Chris Green can be asked questions. Oh, yeah. What's it?
We've got some sort of things online actually, which I'll try. There's with all these sorts of events, there's actually a sort of debate going on online, you know, just quite long, as Chris you've seen, and it's quite difficult trying to pick out some of the salient threads. But there's a, if I can scroll through and get to it all. Yeah, from well, there's a lot I could do. How do I show it on screen? Well, I don't want to share this, and then I'll
we don't have long actually.
Yeah, can you maximize the box? Some Kasha, you see, you can't really read that. Kasha Gudanik, who is a planning archaeologist in Cambridgeshire, isn't she? Yeah, if you come up, I think it's come up a bit. So start off here. Please be advised that planning-related archaeology is not to field synthesis, but to preserve archaeological evidence from being lost without record. If you come down there now, it's the next one. I think Kasha qualifies that and saying just to field synthesis, but to preserve archaeological evidence from being lost without record. And there's a whole debate going on here, and Anna Stocks, so everyone you see, about an intentional, yeah, down there. And that sort of flavor there, it just sort of highlights a sort of tension between, to me anyway, working in planning archaeology and, you know, the sort of the PPG 16 sort of, you know, preservation by record, that sort of thing. And then I suppose we might be seen here as being physically divorced as well as perhaps intellectually divorced from that world. We haven't got anybody today from Aldeo contributing directly. But for me, as we said earlier on in the first session, surely this is all part of one endeavor. It's what Gill said. Surely this is all part of one endeavor. And the planning archaeology exists because of a public demand for it to exist, because the public are interested and value the remains of the past. And all we're trying to do is understand the past, and planning archaeologists and planning archaeologists are part of that joint endeavor. And yet we've got these tensions, which we've known about for a long, long time. I would hope that one of the things that could possibly emerge from today is that could perhaps be a better understanding of that and different viewpoints.
Marc, Vander, Linden. A first point about FAIR and actually trying to use that to address that question. I think there is still a little bit of misunderstanding about what are the FAIR principles. It is not about data only. It's also about documenting everything. So all the computational stuff, for instance, all the quantitative, because that's how you actually reuse your data. And as a discipline, beyond the realms of just this meeting, we still have a lot of progress to do. And there are quite a lot of initiative. And the reason why I would really want to stress that is because when we come to this sort of question of, oh, can we actually check the value of a big site versus a small site? How much does it have impact upon the way we work in the field? That's where we can try to explore these questions using, for instance, existing data set. There are lots of way that one could do that computationally or by data cleaning or looking at a non-clean data versus a clean data set and actually create there what I think is missing. And I think that we all agree, and I will just put it in my term, which is the feedback loop between one community and another part of the community. And that's where I think that the data set is really, they are important, but we're losing a little bit our way in the way we forget about the process. And that's where I think that the fair is fundamental, because if you want to be fair, as in capital fair, you have to publish your entire train of thought. And it is a really nice way to be as formal and as explicit as intellectually honest as can be. Whether or not you do it in a computational way, that's in a way it's secondary. It's a question of transparent so that people can reflect. And I think that we've lost, at some point, we've lost that a little bit within the various communities that make archaeology.
Thank you. Yes, yes. We need to think about process as well as data.
Yeah, I was just thinking, do we also maybe need to think about how much we want to know about each other's thought processes?
Can we read out John Barrett's question? Can we read out John Barrett's question? Because it's such a classic John Barrett question. One definition of data is that they are facts. So what are they facts, data about? I'll leave that to the room rather than something, but it's an excellent question. Yes.
Yeah, can I just pick up on Cassia and Anna's point? I mean, I strongly feel that small-scale archaeological work is very, very valuable. And an example that hasn't yet cropped up as a specific case study is the work that's now being done within currently occupied medieval villages. Small-scale evaluations and excavations on little plots within villages, for the first time, is actually giving us insights into the origins of those villages. The trenches are often really small scale. If you put them in the countryside, they'd just be called an evaluation trench. But in their context of these villages, they're so important. So picking up on Chris's point, when sort of Mike gave his answer, yes and no, I would certainly support the yes, that small scale work is very important. And Cassie is absolutely right to say it is a requirement that if a developer is going to destroy some archaeology, they should be recording it.
Yes, we were very clear with Englade that we weren't arguing that big is beautiful. It's just one way of approaching the data. And because we've got so much stuff, it's worth putting time and effort into thinking about the big, but it doesn't in any way negate any of these other scales of work.
I suppose it depends where the small things are, isn't it, I suppose. We're about to embark, the society is about to embark on a community archaeology project in Kelmscott Village to do exactly that, to try and understand the origins of the village that our estate is in. It depends where it is.
This might have to be the last question. Sorry, John. Yeah.
Just to endorse what Steve just said, I completely agree. And for my own project, these small excavations in particularly historic village cores are utterly frustrating. If you just get this little bit, but also utterly crucial in terms of particularly understanding the problems of settlement movement or lack of it in the sort of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th century period. And of course, it's that work which has, for example, shown us that the classic English village plan, village street plan, house is a post-Norman conquest thing, which we wouldn't have known otherwise. And I think, to come back to the point raised earlier about small and big, they have different functions. For that period, Stotfold is providing information that nothing else would do. But what we've got is also multiple holes in lots and lots of little Stotfolds, which also provide information of a different kind. So I think we need them both.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Well, we need to, unfortunately, thank you very much. So we'll move on to what we've slightly idiosyncratically called session 2. So we're moving now to Stewart Bryant, who's going to talk to us about planning and infrastructure projects. So how do I go?
Okay, I've got quite a lot to get through in terms of detail over the next 10 minutes. So I'll basically be reading verbatim almost from the screen. Starting off with a couple of points of context, stating the obvious to start with. It's a big subject, over 5,000 projects a year, 200 million in funding, as was said earlier, and includes 80 to 90% of archaeologists. The second point is sort of a view from myself of the past 10 years and just looking back. And I think the sector has proved to be very resilient since the financial crash, but has developed a degree of inertia and resistance to change, arguably influenced by commercial imperatives, cuts to the public sector and some embedded processes. Then moving on to what I'm going to say, this presentation is a rapid run through of 5 ideas, proposals. The intention is to alter and adapt existing process and culture in turn to facilitate learning and improve research outcomes. So no major changes. The first 1 and 2 are about learning through a more reflexive approach to practice. And the second, more detailed 3, 4, and 5 concern research and synthesis and are supported by discussion documents. The first proposal is to use regional and national Zoom/Teams meetings to share practice and learn from experience. This is based on the evidence from the Archaeology in Place and Planning Case Studies project. This was undertaken in 2018-19 by Jan Wills and myself for CIFA and funded by Historic England. There were 118 case studies from local authorities and contractors of how planning policies and processes have been used to manage the impact of development on archaeological remains. The project was intended to provide examples of good and bad outcomes as advocacy for the current planning system. But these cases also contain useful evidence about the reasons for bad outcomes and how these can be avoided and the lack of sharing of good practice and innovation. 2 notable aspects of the Archaeology and Planning Case Studies project for learning. A review undertaken of the 20 or so case studies that had significant problems and poor outcomes, also with Jan Wills, a CIFA conference, and a forthcoming article on ethics and archaeology in local government. The conclusions on barriers to good outcomes were there was very little sharing of information about failures and how they might be avoided due to confidentiality and commercial imperatives. Doing the same old things without sufficient critical review, not learning from experience, including examples of how problems can be resolved, and also few opportunities for sharing and promoting good practice. B was a meeting of local authority planning archaeologists from across the north of England, the CBA York in 2018 with Rob Lennox and Mike Hayworth. A number of good case studies were discussed, and then there was a revealing discussion of the underlying challenges for archaeology and development in the north of England. In simple terms, there's very little money from the beginning of the process, from the local authorities and the advice right through to the end. And the meeting was expensive to organise and facilitate, is unlikely to be repeated, but for me is a good example of the potential for networking and sharing of experience via virtual meetings. The benefits of learning through virtual meetings, obviously they've become part of culture. It builds on culture and practice. They're not that expensive. They're suited to learning and the sharing of ideas and experience and can be open or closed meetings. A few examples, potentially. The first that came to mind to me was a review of lessons learned from the recent large-scale housing and infrastructure projects. There's a few here quoted that I know of, and there are likely to be many others. More learning from examples of good and bad outcomes of planning projects, following up the Planning Case Studies project. For instance, one of the issues that cropped up repeatedly was to preventing disasters caused by the early discharge of planning conditions. Something that, if it happens before the money's been transferred, invariably means there's no synthesis and there's no publication. Innovation in assessment, also in evaluation, including predictive modelling case studies, and I think predictive modelling is a good one because I think that's going to be part of the future for assessment and evaluation. Considering the variability of practice between the north and the south and the west, and novel subjects such as ethics and synthesis. The second proposal is to review practice through more operational research by simple data gathering and statistical analysis. There are good examples from the Roman Rural Settlement Project on the size of excavations. Plan to the right is the plan of Roman Rural Settlement areas excavated across the country by region, and you can see the steep uprising curve from west to east in particular, which is quite marked. Also, there are useful surveys and trend data from Historical England on staffing, from CIFA Landward on labour market intelligence, and the Algaeo planning casework surveys. I think there's much more potential to be achieved without significant new resources. Data on current practice and outcomes, where can we learn and improve, and where might additional trend data be useful for learning and advocacy. Some suggestions for operational research. Look at the outcomes of local authority advice. That's my own background. I think the information is there on a lot of casework systems. Theoretically, obviously it will need the agreement from local authorities about the questions being asked, but there's a lot of potential there. Also more on excavations, the size, volume excavated, methodologies, etc. The use and success of evaluation techniques and how these are changing. Why, for instance, field walking is no longer a common technique. I think we know the reasons for that, but looking at the trend data, I think would be useful. And post AIP, count the grey literature reports by period and type of accessibility, assessment mitigation, and analyse geographically and thematically, including for trend data. Obviously, at the moment, that still involves combining data from HERS and OASIS, because not the fault of HERS, but not all fieldwork does end up in OASIS. But I think that's something to be considered. And again, it should be relatively straightforward. The third proposal is to align future recording practices of HERS towards the requirements of research. I think we all know her recording practice, that is what and how data is recorded, is variable between HERS and includes things like the lumpers and the splitters, the monument-based versus event-based HERS, monument hierarchies, and the balance of what is recorded in terms of thematic subjects and periods. This is mostly embedded within practice dictated by the structure and content of the HER, which is in turn reflects local circumstances, the nature of the historic environment and the threats to it, and the history of the HER, the elements that make the data characterful, as was mentioned earlier. However, in the future, I think, you know, for HERS to become even more characterful and more varied, I think are probably not desirable. So to survey and review her recording practice in conjunction with Historic England, Algaeo and the research community could be fruitful. And then to nudge HERS to more improved and more consistent practice that will in future enhance their usefulness for big data and conventional research. And to use the national and regional HER forums to do this. Other potential benefits, it could help reinforce the national role of HERS as they take on the Historic England Passgate record, will hopefully raise the profile of, it's trying to cram too many words into of good research to the HER community, and in the longer term, the possibility of funding opportunities for targeted recasting of HER data. Proposal 4 is to improve the potential of existing HER data for research through the creation of metadata libraries for their numerous thematic and area-based surveys and enhancements. The reason is because important information concerning the scope of HER surveys, enhancements, the what, where, when, and the methodology how is invariably hidden and not available from the HER database itself. Access to such data locally and nationally in the form of metadata libraries could enhance the value of HERS for research and would also enable researchers to better access the usefulness of HER resources at the project planning stage. And proposal 5 is to use overarching archaeology planning conditions to require consistency of practice and a single synthesis for strategic developments with multiple archaeological contractors. There are very few innovations in planning archaeology, but this is one of them, and has been successful in Manchester for developments that range across the historic core and involve numerous developers. So the objective here will be to introduce the synthesis concept into the planning system, prove it works, that is, that combining the results of multiple excavations into a single synthesis is at least cost neutral and improves public value. Then promote its use more widely, and in due course perhaps look to link syntheses, including those of infrastructure projects, and develop regional and national networks of specialists. So final words, the aim is to stimulate discussion and debate in the public and development-led sector, leading to small changes in culture and practice, with a greater emphasis on learning, a reflexive approach to good and bad practice, and a broader range of trend data. Greater awareness of the benefits of good synthesis, and awareness by the HER community of contemporary research and its relevance. With that, I'll finish.
Thank you very much, Stewart. And you had a handout, didn't you, somewhere?
Well, I've got some discussion documents that are in PDF format, so
Right.
they can be circulated. Yeah.
Okay, great. Oh, that's fantastic. So our next speaker is Vicki Cummings, who's going to talk on university interfaces.
Which one is it? Just that one. Okay, great. Thank you. So we've already heard lots of really excellent examples of syntheses that have been produced for the most part, but not exclusively, by universities. And the aim of this 10-minute talk is to actually think about the same thing, but looking forward and how this might happen in the future. I'm the joint chair of University Archaeology UK, along with Andy Gardner, and I'm presenting on behalf of University Archaeology UK, or UA UK as we call ourselves. And we are representing about 40 departments in the UK that currently deliver archaeology teaching. So before we think about some of the ways of which we could think about generating syntheses in the future, I just actually want to highlight some of the current challenges in the university sector. And a number of these have been highlighted already, but I do think this is important when we think about how we move forward in the generation of these kinds of syntheses. I've listed some of them here, and I think one of the biggest things we hear about from archaeology departments across the UK is challenges in terms of staff time. It's often very difficult for staff to take on particularly large synthetic projects unless they're bought out of other responsibilities. And we've heard this from a number of people, the importance of external funding in order to free up staff time. For most universities, they report that student recruitment remains key. And it's worth noting that in the last 3 years alone, about 10% of archaeology departments have either been threatened with complete closure or had very significant staffing reductions. So it is quite a challenging time for the university sector. You may be aware that university staff are currently striking over various issues. And we've got this ongoing volatile situation in relation to the Auger review, fees being frozen, and so on. We are still quite a small discipline, especially compared to things like history. And we are challenged in terms of recruiting students. It's an ongoing challenge. It has suffered from things like the loss of the archaeology A-level. There's lots of good work going on, and we need to do more in order to get undergraduates studying archaeology. For many of us, the NSS, the National Student Survey, is a really critical thing for us. We're under huge pressure to perform very well. It contributes to things like league tables. And also increasingly, we're being scrutinised in terms of employability at the other end, so graduates and where they're going on to. There's, again, a lot being invested in this by many different universities. And we have identified some regionally specific issues here. So this is perhaps an issue more in the north than it is, for example, in the southeast. So we do know that archaeology, it's a fantastic degree for undergraduates to study. It's great in terms of transferable skills, lots and lots of career opportunities. But again, we are having to invest quite a lot in that in order to get students to come and study with us. We've also got pressures at university level for things like knowledge exchange. Again, this takes time away from research. And again, coming back to this issue of income generation, universities require full economic costing. They require overheads to be able to free up staff in order to do things. And of course, we are putting in for external grants, but it's worth noting that not all of them are successful, and they are becoming increasingly competitive. I also want to just talk very quickly about REF. This really has changed the research landscape, I suppose, particularly since the last REF. This is the Research Excellence Framework. We're a couple of months off getting the results from this. Staff are under a huge amount of pressure to perform well in this area. The requirements to produce 4-star publications, that's world-leading publications, means, because that's where the income generation comes from for the most part, has seen, I think, a broad shift away from perhaps some of these very large monographs that we've heard about already, back to papers, which you can, I suppose, produce more in the REF cycle, hedge your bets in terms of what you're going to put forward. And we're also seeing a move towards high-profile journal publications such as Nature and Science, and that has some interesting implications. We've been talking about the role of interpretation and theory here. Archaeology staff, of course, are also required to bring in income. They're required to have PhD students with a successful and timely completion rate. And we're also increasingly putting more and more emphasis on impact case studies. So this is the role and the impact of archaeology out with academia. And we are having to spend quite a lot of time on that. And I think that's only going to increase as we move forward. And I think it is really important to see that the landscape has therefore altered in relation to REF. It's a reality that universities can't get away from. I also want to highlight some positives now. This is, I told you, lots of challenges in the university sector. There's lots of really positive things as well. And one of the things is that UK archaeology, it has a world focus. And that means we are also world class. If you have a look at where the archaeology departments in the UK are in the world rankings, they take up the first 4 spots. So we really are world class in terms of the quality of archaeology that's being produced. That has a slight influence as well on the conversation we're having today, because it means that a lot of archaeology departments aren't looking at British archaeology. This is just a little bit of data that I've collected from colleagues to show the current, ongoing dissertation topics in 4 UK institutions at the moment. And you can see that in 3 out of the 4 of them, the vast majority of archaeology dissertations aren't actually on the UK, they're on international topics or other topics. So that's quite an interesting trend in terms of thinking about who's doing what kind of research. So lots of negative things, but some possibilities, I think, looking forward, or certainly some challenges for the university sector. I think there is the possibility and the potential for some small scale projects to be undertaken by students. While I've just shown you that not all students are interested in British archaeology, there are lots of students and they're really willing and able and able to engage with online data sets and online resources. So some consistency of data needed here for undergraduates to be able to undertake that kind of work. But if we can achieve that, then they are very capable of doing small scale projects. The vast majority of those won't turn into publications, but of course those are the students who then go on to do masters, postgraduate research, PhDs and postdocs. So those are projects that can be expanded out from those starting places. The critical thing in terms of the larger projects is it requires research time and research funding support for academics. I've said it before, and we've heard a lot about how we are reliant on income. We need financial support in order to free up staff time, and because the reality is that students are our number 1 focus at the moment. I've already outlined the pressures, I suppose, facing us, and that's why the funding support is required there. One possibility we've talked about already is this sort of regional approach, the combination of university and units. Richard suggested a sort of a combination approach like I have in Ireland. But it's also worth noting, again, university specialists often don't actually work in the area that they live in. So there is something to think about there in conglomerations of people who are studying in a particular area. However, of course, all archaeology departments are keen to be involved in generating synthesis moving forward. And we're looking forward to working with other groups moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vicki. Yes, yeah, pressures and possibilities in equal measure. So our next speaker is Sarah Perry, who's going to talk on the important topic of citizen science and community engagement.
Great, thank you so much. Hi all, thanks for welcoming me today. As you heard, my name is Sarah Perry. I'm Director of Research and Engagement at MOLA. So I've been asked to reflect on the potentials and possibilities of citizen science and community-based initiatives for synthetic projects. For brevity's sake, I've structured my talk with two things in mind. Firstly, because of time constraints, what I decided to do is present a very abbreviated version of a closing address that I made at the Citizen conference 2 weeks ago. Citizen, which is the Coastal and Intertidal Zone Archaeological Network, is one of MOLA's flagship citizen science projects, if you don't know it. My full address is available on Citizen's YouTube page if you really would like some further context. And secondly, I'm taking it as a given that everyone here today recognizes the importance of and the need for citizen leadership in advancing all forms of archaeological practice. The scholarship on the profound epistemological and ontological changes wrought by participatorily designed and truly co-produced research is tremendous. So I'm not here to explain or justify these approaches. Rather, I assume we're all starting from the baseline that it's a necessity, and that like all forms of practice, citizen science, citizen social science, and citizen humanities suffer from struggles and instabilities that are testified to in the literature and that we need to address in the building of our research programs. So with this in mind, I want to concentrate on what I guess you could call 4 values or value propositions that I hope we collectively might aspire towards as we draw citizen leadership into the production of archaeological syntheses. The values that I present sit in tension with 4 major problems amongst many problems, I guess, that we as archaeologists face. Astrid Naminas and colleagues published a paper in 2015 entitled 4 Problems, 4 Directions for Environmental Humanities, which articulate these challenges, all of which, as I see them, apply as much to archaeology and heritage as to the environmental humanities. So they include, firstly, the vast scale of our subject matter, which makes it very difficult for people to relate the subject to their day-to-day lived experiences. Secondly, the technocratic nature of our practice, and there's a lot that could be said there, but I'm just going to leave it at that. Thirdly, our tendency to be siloed as an entire field of practice, or as Naminas et al. Call it, to suffer from compartmentalization. This is especially true in archaeology, where many people may have incredibly low expectations about what the profession can achieve in the world at large, or little sense of its relevance across all levels of governance and across different sectors outside of archaeology. Fourthly, archaeology tends to appeal to loss, threat, endangerment, or quote unquote, no future scenarios as means to draw in the attention of wider publics to try to get others to save, quote unquote, save the archaeological record. While Naminas and colleagues note that these kinds of apocalyptic narratives may have some value in raising people's awareness about the subject matter, for a majority of people, they actually do the exact opposite. So as Namana says, we must balance these kinds of crisis scenarios or stories with alternative narratives that can inspire more creative problem solving and a strong sense of participation and involvement. Unfortunately, the deeper issue with all of these four problems tends to be that they lead us to alienate and disenfranchise the very communities that archaeology is meant to serve. Happily, on the good side of things, there's a growing body of research and practice that's thinking through what it means to push back against these challenges in the only way that transformative change can really come about, namely via citizen leadership and a commitment more generally to collaboration in order to intentionally create different, more connected and collective futures. So what can we do? Firstly, the nurturing of hope and joy and aspiration through our programs is absolutely essential. We must prioritize these from the beginning in our program designs and our outcomes as a means to counter the deadening effects of the four problems that I've just reviewed with you. We need to facilitate enchantment, and it can happen in endless ways. In fact, there's a whole body of research out there precisely on how you can cultivate aha moments or moments of awe and inspiration in people. And we need to purposefully embed these in our methodologies. Secondly, creativity is absolutely critical to inspiring the more creative problem solving and sense of participation that Namanis et al. Speak of. So this importance of creativity might be really obvious, but less discussed is the fact that following the arguments of Melanie Kirk, who cites the artist Henry Matisse actually, creativity requires courage. And hence we have to create conditions that support courageous displays and thereby allow creativity to flourish. So some of you may have experienced this personally. I've published my own research on it because I find it such an interesting phenomenon, but for adults especially, unless you work in an explicitly creative profession, a lot of people struggle with creativity. It often entails things like dancing, singing, drawing, laughing out loud, moving your body in different ways, making your various senses of smell, hearing, touch, taste, and your emotions obvious to others. In other words, it entails making yourself vulnerable. And therefore, people regularly report feeling silly or embarrassed, or they confess to not wanting to do creative acts at all for fear of rejection or failure. We absolutely need to create safe spaces for everyone, citizens, specialists of all kinds, but also ourselves, to freely and collaboratively experiment with their creativity and to frequently model that amongst ourselves and with others. Thirdly, we need to champion and facilitate people's right to research. And here I'm borrowing from the work of Arjun Appadurai, who argues that performing research should be considered as a right. The researchers Al-Bagli and Awama summarize the argument in a way that I think is a bit more meaningful as one where full democratic citizenship, as opposed to what many people may feel they live, a more kind of curtailed and marginalized form of citizenship, full democratic citizenship is demanding of an informed citizenry. As they put it, this makes research a crucial capacity in what should be part of all people's lives. So if we considered research as a right, then we have to think constructively about how to enable it for all people. And this forces us to reckon with a lot of things, but I'll just list two things. First, we have to reckon with the fact, the well-known fact, that the majority of citizen science programs, and of course archaeology in general, attract a very specific demographic. As Cooper et al. Put it, these citizens are similar in many respects to those overrepresented in the science professions. Secondly, most citizen science programs only allow very narrow access to the research process, namely to empirical data collection, furthering the technocratic problem that I just mentioned earlier at the start of the talk. Few of these projects actually rely on citizens to set the research questions or the research agenda in the first place, or to develop actual innovations out of the data. And even fewer support citizens in developing power awareness, leading to their ability to inform actual policy change through the research. So the point here is that we need to develop programs that embrace citizens throughout the entire research life cycle and that prepare all of us, citizens and those facilitating them, to then use this research to disrupt the so-called decision environment. And there's oodles of ways to do this, from designing policy labs into our programs to offering incentives to support citizens to attend council meetings or to participate in stakeholder roundtables, et cetera, et cetera. Finally, and perhaps most obviously, we have to commit to always centering the human experience in our work. The research is clear that the most surefire path towards exclusion is to fail to embed local values, local knowledge, local data, and locally known environments into our research programs. But this focus on the local, the human, the lived experience, for me, does not mean a focus on the individual, but rather on the individual as a citizen, kind of going back to the point about the commons. So the individual as a citizen who has all of the rights and the pro-social accountabilities that come with citizenship. For us, that might mean devoting ourselves to forging citizen science cultures that expect mutual respect, responsibility, and communication from all those involved, and that strive for justice, where justice means, following Sasha Costanza chalk, shifting advantages towards those who are currently systematically disadvantaged. So you might ask, how are we going to do this? And there's loads of invaluable resources, some that you can see on the screen here, for designing programs of all types that can help to conceive of radical, liberating alternatives to the status quo. There are also some relatively simple and specific, well, and maybe not simple, but specific commitments that we can make. For instance, following Durish et al., we could embed some form of deliberation and consultation into our programs at different points in the research life cycle, ensuring that those processes of consultation are shaped fundamentally by local participants and not fully predetermined by those facilitating it. We could use that consultation work to define at the outset local values for our projects, but with the rights of the wider citizenry in mind. So that means that we would balance any local values that come out of the consultation with a series of non-negotiable justice-oriented values, for instance, equity or carbon literacy, and then design some metrics to hold ourselves account to those values. With equity in mind, we could candidly acknowledge all of the affective labor, the many epistemic burdens, and what Pierre et al. Call the reputational injustices and capital injustices that collaboration places on everyone involved, but especially on citizens. And we could work to counteract this by actually compensating people financially, for instance, for their participation, and following Howell et al. By being upfront and transparent about the costs of their participation. Finally, we could do something that is, I think, relatively simple, and just look around the room that we're in right now. Sorry to those of you online. And think about who's here, and then go out and seek and empower those who we might want and need to have in this room in 2 years' time or 10 years' time or more, in order to realize that kind of aspirational, courageously creative, rights-driven, just, and humane citizenry that I believe that our research programs demand. Thank you so much for listening to me, and there's a bibliography if you want to look up some more. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. And last but most definitely not least is Jonathan Last, who's going to tell us about Historic England initiatives.
I'm going to assume you didn't put me on at the end just so you could make that joke.
No, definitely. Random. Here you go.
Thank you. Well, I'm only going to attempt to talk about one Historic England initiative because I've just got a few minutes. But it's this. Since archaeology has been embedded in the planning system, there have been efforts to map, characterize, model, or predict archaeological potential, sensitivity, or risk, as we might call it, at a scale greater than the individual site. But in contrast to, say, the methodology for field evaluation, strategic mapping tools have not gained universal acceptance or currency. The sort of previous work that's been done ranges from models which attempt to explicitly estimate the probability of encountering archaeological remains outside areas where they've been discovered in the past, to more qualitative analysis which simply seeks to define areas of similar character. But they all depend on some level of synthesis and/or analysis of multiple data sets. Now, our work starts with certain propositions that also, I think, inform many big data projects, that almost all the English landscape has some archaeological interest, and that if the recorded resource, which is principally represented by the HERs, is sufficiently well known and representative, we can make certain inferences about the unrecorded resource on a more testable and refinable basis than ad hoc professional judgment, although, of course, that expertise is still crucial in developing the model. Now, for us, the focus is on those aspects of the archaeological resource which hold higher significance that might reasonably influence strategic planning decisions. And these are the things we tend to call assets or heritage assets. But in order to understand the potential for unknown assets, we need to think in terms of the character of the record. And as we've heard earlier, character is fun. And I think there's an analogy here to quantum theory, if you like, in which a phenomenon like light can be expressed either or both as precisely located particles and or as continuous waves. So we're kind of asking, what is the wave function of the archaeological record? Now, prompted especially by the 2020 planning white paper, the vision for what we've termed archaeological sensitivity is to help planners and land managers understand potential impacts of large-scale development or change on the historic environment by attempting to indicate the likelihood of encountering significant remains in an area. And the objectives are to provide a GIS-based tool that's suitable for early engagement with planning authorities and other project promoters at the sort of level of local plans and allocations. And achieving this will require outputs that are relatively easy and quick to deliver, simple to understand, both by archaeologists and non-archaeological professionals, and relevant to the matters which should be considered by strategic decision makers. This is asking quite a lot. But we've developed a model of what contributes, in our view, to sensitivity, and tried to apply this in a small number of pilot study areas. So no more than proof of concept at this stage. But the components of the model include, as you can see, I hope, presence, condition, significance, and vulnerability or opportunity and opportunity. The first two are, in essence, kind of objective qualities of the archaeological record, which can be discovered, whereas significance is obviously a matter of judgment, aspects of which may vary contextually, which is why we have research frameworks. And the fourth aspect is important in that it ties the objective and expert elements into the real world context of places and of change and of communities, of course. And we have at the bottom, as you can see, a variety of data sets to draw on for each aspect. And I won't go through these, but I think it's important, as we've been discovering, that any given area tends to have its kind of unique combination of the most useful data sets to sort of build in. So every model is different in that sense. Everyone has its own character. Another big ask, of course, is how do we possibly talk about archaeological sensitivity or potential in general terms? given the different character of the various sort of past landscape layers we have to deal with. Obviously, the nature of the record varies considerably through time, and therefore so does how we might investigate any particular period and the kind of data sets that are relevant to each. And we've just tried to sort of draw out some of the implications for sort of dealing fairly with all periods of the archaeological past. And the second point, I think, is about palimpsests, because they may tend to cancel out important patterning that we observe in sort of different layers, if you like, of the landscape. For example, as here in this is an area of the Vale of Aylesbury in the maps at the top, where occupation or presence in one period favours the chalk downland, and in another the clay vale, and the patterns may tend to cancel one another out in a sense. So there's a need to kind of tack between the general and the more specific. So a lot of things to try, a lot of complex things to try and deal with if we're going to sort of achieve the objective of a relatively simple model. But today, since we're thinking specifically about development-led fieldwork, I think we can emphasize that there's a key role for the more detailed case studies, as we're calling them, that can help to refine or calibrate the models produced from more generalized HER data. Again, here's a map of the Vale of Aylesbury. We must acknowledge that distributions of fieldwork are skewed. And as you can see, the red spaces, previous work has largely been focused on the urban fringe around the grey splodge of the built-up area. Nonetheless, what the case studies give us, I haven't got a time to sort of go through the graphs in detail, but what they give us is a sense of the quantitative extent of heritage assets on greenfield sites. And this is Sandy Kidd's work, showing that they mostly cover from between around 5 to 20% of an area of investigation, and averaging around 15%. So I think this is a kind of a useful step towards a quantitative element for any model of sensitivity or potential that we might produce. And lots of colorful maps and diagrams. There's no time to explain the methods in any detail, so I won't really attempt to, but the presence model looks at correlations with a variety of natural and cultural features. Condition is a staged process of looking at the physical condition of known assets, the likely condition of different areas of the landscape, and the prevalent soil chemistry. Significance might be addressed spatially by dividing an area into different levels, depending on their association with indicators of national importance, whether that's designations, protected landscapes, archaeological alert areas. And these components of the model can be combined in different ways. And in some of these, we've tried to use, for example, the HLC polygons as the basic analytical unit. We're still thinking about how to merge condition, presence, and significance in a simple presentation, as I think you can see, but at least it's colorful. Basically, these three components are about archaeological potential. What makes it or what would make it a sensitivity model is a consideration, firstly, of the vulnerability to specific change scenarios, which could range from development of various types to agriculture, flood management, afforestation, etc. And could we, for example, produce a matrix of responses to different types and scales of impact or change? Another thing to explore is whether some types of site may be less or more vulnerable than others. And then the flip side of vulnerability, which we really need to consider as well, is the opportunity, the potential public benefit offered by change, including For example, contribution of assets to green infrastructure, to place shaping initiatives, to our research frameworks and to other areas of public engagement, as we've been hearing. I think another area for further work is considering through this kind of approach how we can embed archaeological heritage in other sort of landscape and environmental initiatives, whether it's design codes, sort of nature recovery strategies, the kind of things that our partners in the sort of broader environmental sector are delivering under the 25-year environment plan and similar initiatives. Yeah, I think we have sort of barely started to explore what the potential public benefits of development-led archaeology in this area are. So in brief conclusion, we think that sensitivity mapping is possible, but on the data side, there's obviously great variation in quantity and quality. I won't try and repeat what earlier speakers have said, but I kind of agree with all those points. For example, Steve's point about the perils of keyword searching. And HER data will often need enhancement to allow spatial analysis. And one thing we have noticed is the great benefit of having polygonized event records where you can measure the areas rather than just a dot on a map. There are a variety of other digitized data sources which strengthen the model, and HERs will therefore need appropriate resourcing to create and maintain such models if we think this is something important that we should be developing. And on the modeling side, of course, a model can only be roughly right most of the time. So we have to be honest about sort of our confidence and how that's related to the quality of the data we have for a given area. And of course, we acknowledge that there is potential nervousness around delivering tools which might be used in planning in ways that sort of escape our intention or the subtleties which we invest in them. So presentation obviously needs great care so that if we say an area is of low sensitivity, that's not taken as a sort of green light to build stuff on it. And the potential of the, what we value in the archaeological process, the potential for unexpected discoveries is always recognized. And as I've hinted, I think we need to do further work on the integration of significance and of vulnerability and opportunity into this kind of model. But in the context of today's discussion, I think there is considerable scope for exploring how research frameworks and the sort of academic big data synthesis projects that we've been hearing about could both contribute to and could in turn be informed by sensitivity models of this sort, which we're thinking about developing primarily for planning purposes. So that interface between sort of synthesis for research and synthesis for planning. And finally, I must offer thanks and acknowledgement to everyone who's helped us so far, particularly Sandy, who came up with many of the ideas I've briefly presented, and a whole variety of critical friends who I'm sure will continue to be both friendly and critical. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yes, I like the wave particle dichotomy. I'll try and remember that. So that's a huge range of stuff, but we've got someone who's going to sum it all up for us and produce clear ways forward, which is Barney's.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you absolutely everybody today. I know that other people will thank, but I've been absolutely blown over by what I've heard. I'm going to try just very quickly to summarize some of the key things that have floated up out of today. My name's Barney Sloane, if you don't know me online. I'm the National Specialist Services Director at Historic England, and the co-chair of the 21st Century Challenges for Archaeology project, which is really the genesis of today.
What we're trying to do with 21 CAP, if I can use its short version, is to look at things like the legislative and policy framework, the support for local authorities, standards and guidance in archaeology, synthesis and dissemination, and also the legacy, the archive for archaeology. And today has touched on 4 of those: standards and guidance quite a lot, synthesis absolutely, dissemination very much so, and of course legacy and archives. I came up with 10, a nice round number of 10 points that I'd just like to raise with you or reflect back to you before we hand over the microphones and start the hopefully rich conversation. The first one, and this is not quite in order of the speakers, but it's almost in the order in which they kind of occurred. The first one is roles and responsibilities, which I think Chris mentioned, and that I've sort of bundled in together with the integration of all the actors, and that might include communities, it might include academia, it might include HER officers, everybody who's involved in this. And what I'm thinking about as I go through these 10 is, what should we in 21 CAP and what should the sector do? Which of these 10 are the most important to you? So there's my provocation challenge. So the first one is, should we sort out roles and responsibilities and the ownership of this across the sector? Secondly, should we understand what Simon Schaffer put out as what I'm paraphrasing probably awfully as the philosophical recognition? So I was really taken by the mass survey versus the clues and signs, and the theory as practice, and the description rather than the production. Do we know where we sit in that genealogy of approaches, and does it matter? The third one is access and dissemination, and that was a huge issue. Archives, post-excavation assessments, grey literature, DOIs, FAIR, the speed, and so on and so forth. Lots and lots of people mention that. Are those the important things to resolve? The fourth one is consistency and quality, also a massive issue today. Field practice, data consistency, nomenclature, grey literature, HERs, again, a long list that was raised. The fifth one, the legacies. How do we manage the backlog of data? Do we care? Do we assume that that is the same as the old, the archaeologia of 150 years ago and just leave it where it is now? Or do we have to do something about it? Are we happy with dirty data or an incomplete samples? The sixth one is skills, understanding the need and fulfilling that need. What do we need in order to be able to synthesize? Is that the most important thing? Seventh, communication. Are we talking enough? What do we have to do? What can Historic England do? What can others do to make sure that we can talk? The eighth is the technologies, and Jonathan's presentation was a really good example, but we also heard about technologies for remote communication from Gill, and are those the sorts of things that we ought to focus on first? The ninth is reviewing our performance. Operational research was raised by Stewart, but other things around, do we know if it's working? Are we checking in often enough? Is that an important thing to get in motion now, or can we wait? And finally, the 10th thing, do we know what the opportunities are for this big data and synthesis? Do we know how we're using it and where the opportunities, political and policy, might arise? So there's my 10 provocations. I would have put them on the screen, but I obviously was writing them down, scribbling them down as Jonathan was finishing his talk, so I couldn't. But I'd now like to just offer that open, in particular to those who are online, because I know that they're slightly disadvantaged since I'm talking to a sea of faces that I can actually see and integrate with. But if there's anybody who wants to raise any issues, then very happy to start that conversation. Is there anything coming through, John?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Just one comment after that that sort of debate. Anna Stocks got back to everybody saying, yeah, Anna, I'm an Algeo member, would like to attend in person, but too short notice. As a planning archaeologist, I'm very pro research and synthesis, hence attendance online. I think comments above are more in response to specific impressions being given, rather than the idea of better engagement with synthesis, which I think we all support. And then Sadie came in, Sadie Watson, to everybody, saying, read public benefit. It can be most keenly felt on a very local level, where the archaeology may not be significant, in quotation marks. So we definitely do need to draw in smaller projects into synthesis to provide local context people will appreciate. I think that's a very valid point, actually, that the people are very, very interested in, what's going on in their back garden, what's at the end of their street, at a level that is very, very important to the people and their specific location. And that is an important point, I think. And then from Christine, as a non-archaeologist, my question is, when was the last time each individual spoke to non-archaeologists about the potential in their local area? And I can say it was on December 16th when I gave a talk about a Saxon cemetery in my back garden. So I can answer that one. And then Anna Stocks to everyone. And I'm sure other Algeo members would be very happy to engage in discussions and have been. So.
Okay, thank you, John. Right, well, let me. I assume you'll keep an eye on for anything else that comes in. Thank you. And so let's just go to the room. Neil Redfern.
Thank you, Neil Redfern, the Executive Director of the Council for British Archaeology. I really enjoyed listening to everything, but I came away with two real questions. The first one, who's this for? And in that, I was really taken by some of the things that were actually said, this idea, the difference between people and documents and what you can learn. You learn different things from people than you do from documents. How do we make that a more easy process? The idea that there's no end point to any of this, I think that's a really important point. Research isn't the end, it's the start. And that leads me to what I've always found really important. We should stop thinking about the answers and ask ourselves, what are the next questions? And how do we help people understand that archaeology is about questions? And that sort of feeds into this concept that was discussed this morning about the feedback loop. How do we help young people who are doing these excavations understand this amazing resource they're building into and what that actually means, so that actually when they're living their lives, they're the ones creating the questions. So they all came under who for. My second question was, well, who's actually going to do that? And what's interesting is it's not going to be the people in this room who are going to do this. It's going to be somebody else. Who are they? What are they going to look like? Hell, what age are they going to be? Yeah, it's a really important thing. What's their outlook going to be? They're going to bring a whole load of different concepts and ideas, and we're nowhere near any of those discussions at the moment because we haven't brought them into the room. And as for big data, geez, these people live big data every single day of their lives. They have the internet. As my daughter tells me consistently, Dad, I don't want your knowledge. I've got the internet. They live big data every day of their lives. So let's not us be scared about it. Let's get it out there. Let's see how people start shifting it, which frankly goes straight to what Sarah was talking about in terms of citizen leadership. How do we facilitate that?
Thank you. Well, I don't know how to respond to all of those questions, but I am taken by the one of who's going to deliver it, and are they in the room? Well, no, they're not. But trying to think through that, it is going to be a range of actors, isn't it? Right across the board, and we haven't met them. Some of them aren't even born yet. So these are tools and ideas and thoughts that we can generate down the line, hoping that they will pick them up, take on the baton and modify them to their own needs. So I don't think we have to be perfect, but I think we have to help. John Blair, we've got a...
Thank you, John Blair. Could I just mention something slightly more specific, which I think was being referred to, but not really discussed, the particular problem of sites with multiple contractors working on them, which can always be a problem, particularly perhaps in some urban contexts where land is highly subdivided. And I'm thinking of a monastic site in one of the Oxfordshire small towns where I think over the last 20 years, no less than 6 different contractors have all had a hack into it and have produced their own reports, some of them onto publication. Does this really make sense for a small site? The money spent on those 6 different interventions, if pooled, could probably have excavated the whole site. And that raises a second question, which is the principle of prioritizing preservation in situ. Is there a point where that breaks down? When you've got a site that's having lots of people hacking into it, you're left with a beaten up site for the same money? Wouldn't it be better just to excavate the whole thing? And is there some way in which that, what seems to me to be rather common sense sort of principle, could be in some way built into the planning system?
Wow, that's a whole new workshop, John.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just touch on that briefly. To take a quick example of a monastic site at a small Oxfordshire town, I don't suppose it was necessarily paid for by the same developer. And so, it's very difficult to kind of demand that developers hand over cash for the future. And it's quite difficult to hold all the cash until everybody's decided that they finished developing. So there are some huge practical issues and logistical and probably legal issues as well. As for what was the other bit that you were asking about?
Well, whether the point comes when, rather than trying to preserve in situ a site which is actually being eaten away piecemeal.
It does happen. It does happen. I've been on a site myself, St Mary's Spittal, which was a scheduled ancient monument, and the developments were allowed to proceed. And in the end, there wasn't so much left of it, and a decision was made to allow further excavation. So it does happen, but it also is not necessarily what we want to do with a scheduled monument. So yes, it does happen. Yeah, Stewart Bryant with a.
Hello, Stewart Bryant. Just in response to John's point, the first part of it, if you've got a land allocation, looking forward, these are going to be big single land allocations, and they're split amongst a number of developers. You can, in theory, and they say this has been done in Manchester, put an overarching condition that say you must have one single overarching synthesis. And the arguments for that are it improves public benefit and it potentially saves the costs for the developers. Rather than having half a dozen syntheses, they're contributing towards one single synthesis of that development. So in theory, that is quite practical. If you've got a number of developments, they don't have to be at the same time, but if it's all allocated as one block and then split up, you can put on an overarching planning condition that has those requirements for single synthesis, and as also importantly, having the same, less variety in terms of the methodologies. You could have a single reporting and methodology, and which is what they've done in Manchester, and it's quite successful. So it's it's quite a simple innovation, but it does seem to work.
John? Yep.
This is my question, actually. We have enshrined and built into our methodology the whole process of development-led archaeology through the planning process, okay? Sometimes I think we've embedded it far too deeply. It's so difficult to change it. So my question, going back, touching on what Neil said, is, so how do we enshrine and embed what we call synthesis? That level of actually making, because I went into archaeology to understand the past. I didn't go into archaeology necessarily to dig a lot of stuff up and point to boxes. I wanted to know what they all meant. And I think the vast majority of the public want to know about the past, and not necessarily, are as enmeshed in the data as we are. They want to actually take part in understanding it. So who's it for? I think it's for everybody who's interested in the past. But how do we enshrine that process that involves the public in an active engagement in that understanding and exploration of the past? We've done it through the process, which is a sort of linear one of commercial archaeology and planning archaeology, how do we do this next bit, which is to turn that linear process into a circle? If we can do the first bit, which is a major achievement, how do we do this bit? Surely it's not beyond us, is it?
No, I don't think it is. I just would ask, that sounds to be like your priority out of the 10, which is sort of effectively trying to rebuild the virtuous circle from understanding through action, through review, through collection and creation of knowledge through to understanding again and spinning off stories and narratives on the way. Okay. Chris Gosden.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris Gosden. We've talked about various different communities and actors, and my partner in crime, Chris Evans, mentioned regional hubs earlier on. I mean, whether that's exactly the right model, I don't know, but something like that is potentially very attractive to bring together all the actors, the general public, the commercial units, the archaeology, the universities, the museums, into some sort of regular conversation. And Richard also mentioned the Irish, to think about what for the various participants would be research priorities, how they might be thought about, some sort of long-term set of conversations. I think without something like that, we're going to stay fragmented, and there's going to be implicit or explicit notions of division of labour and hierarchy and all those. I mean, the more we can get rid of all those sorts of ideas and have structures that enable us to think long term about these things and holistically, that for me is probably the most important thing.
How does that sit with the room and with those online? Any kind of sense, is that the key goal? Okay. There's Richard and then Chris. Richard first, please. Thank you.
Richard Bradley. We've been talking all day about synthesis, but actually we haven't. We've been talking about synthesizing developer-led fieldwork, and that is all we've been talking about. And one thing which I didn't say in my 15 minutes and probably should have done was one of the great impediments to synthesizing either Britain and Ireland or Britain, Ireland and Northwest Europe are regional decisions about preservation. Essentially, large categories of material are not available to us because they are preserved by law. We have virtually no, outside of Finland, virtually no recent detailed excavations, say, of Bronze Age barrows. We were operating on 19th century evidence because we preserved the relics of those mounds and are not investigating them. Same with hill forts. But perfectly good reasons why we shouldn't destroy them. But we do have to be very careful that when to recognize that what we're synthesizing is information of very, very different generations. And my plea would be that in suitable circumstances, we should look at those preserved monuments as research projects. And I'm not going to talk about England because I can mention Scotland more suitably here. Policy in Scotland is both liberal and unhelpful in that it's possible to reopen previous excavations and assimilate the information from those. Well, I've done this twice. Once the site was dug by Derek Simpson and Stewart Pickett, and it was superb. All we needed were the radiocarbon samples that wouldn't be collected in the 1950s. But the other was done by Lord Abercrombie. We had to do an aerial excavation to find his trenches, and he went through the bottom of every single feature that we were looking for. We have to be more flexible there. I'm well aware that there has been a sea change over the last 20 years within England, and I've certainly benefited from it. But we mustn't forget that many of our iconic sites can't enter synthesis because we have no recent information.
Thank you. So that's about sample bias and admission of our dirty data, isn't it? Really? Yeah. Thank you. Chris and then.
So Chris Evans again, just to go back to the other Chris's point, which is my Chris's point originally, is this idea that I do think it's quite important to clarify, because, you know, so often when you're in a meeting about this, like these, and there's been a number, is this sort of sense of, is there any longer an intellectual agenda to archaeology? And then we very quickly get back to public science, public this, a more democratic practice. And it is, I think it is complicated, because the sense of that, you know, when you look at grant giving bodies now and you participate in reviewing grants, there's, for small public initiatives and various well-being things, because it's a real bandwagon now that everybody's applying for well-being grants and various forms of public participation, which are the kind of things you can do. You know, for example, £20,000 will give you a meaningful project like that. We do have to be really careful that we don't sidestep the problem, the root problem of British archaeology now, that it, you know, it's mayhem, you know, it's growing, the number of sites every year is growing fast, at a huge level. And how do you make meaning out of it? And that, I really do think that's an institutional problem. It isn't a quick fix for this synthesis. You know, syntheses can come out of that, but that's where the institutional hub thing does come through. And we have to be careful about it. You know, not everything needs to be a £1 million project, but you can't do major syntheses. And even a regional syntheses now, you know, the figure I was quoting earlier of nearly 3,000 late Neolithic sites in Cambridgeshire alone. You know, if you think every county is getting that, or every county in the East, these are big problems. And it's very easily to retreat into them and to go down the line of, you know, it's not to say that various forms of citizen and public participation. Archaeology is a big enough school, big enough church that it can have many aspects. But in the sense of, you know, the intellectual side, the academic issues, still is one of the goals of why we do this, because there are big issues we need to understand, and that is expensive.
So we need to think about the funding model, and that's a sector-wide funding model.
Yeah, I think it's probably a root problem that somewhere we probably now need to find a way of adjusting. You know, there's a lot of money in archaeology at this point with the 200 million per annum, you know, but we need to find ways of directing both some of it and other research.
I did a back of the fag packet calculation as Mike was talking. 30 years of Roman archaeology, I would guess, is worth 4.5 billion, not the Roman, but the total amount of money spent in 30 years on development-led archaeology, which means that the Roman rural settlement was 0.003% of that total expenditure.
Yeah.
That looks to me like pretty good value from that distance. So, so there's something there about the model and the way that we present it. They do look big, but they are I don't know how many people, 8 people for 8 years, compared to the enormous amount of money that's been put into the winning of that resource. John, at the background. Sorry, I'll come
Barney,
to you in a minute. Sorry, Neil.
Got a couple of things from Kasha again, and also from Liz Dyson. So Algeo questions here. Who would fund and manage a regional hub? And from Liz, how would a regional hub work in practice? So coming into funding, money, structure, how and what?
Yeah, they're good questions and not for answering today, but the question here is whether they're priorities to answer. It sounds like some people think they are. If we can find the answer, we'll take that away with us and have a good think about it as a sector and think. It's Neil Redfern and then Martin.
Thanks, Neil Redfern from the CBA again. This actually relates to my former world in historic England as an inspector of ancient monuments, and relating to the idea that development-led archaeology across England is not a level playing field. The cost of doing archaeology in the north of England is proportionally far higher than doing it in other areas. So when I first saw the Roman Rural Research Project, what I actually said is, oh, what a lot of development archaeology in the south of England. Let's have 30 years of that much excavation in the north of England, and then maybe we might be able to actually draw some answers from that data set. Now, interestingly, I wonder if that's actually a levelling up issue at the moment. And I know that's sort of government vogue language, but it's really, really important. The same archaeology does not happen across the country. It's not a level playing field. So we really need to think how these sorts of conversations can directly lead into that public benefit argument that actually comes out. How do we ultimately create better, more meaningful places that people can engage in?
Yeah, and whether levelling up is a toxic word or not a toxic word, I personally don't think it is. I think it's helpful because it acts as a means of hooking things onto policy. But I think it actually cuts straight to Sarah's point, which is actually, if those communities are deprived for whatever reason of that access, that should be a criterion for redistributing that wealth to give that access back. So I don't think it's a problem. I just think we need to work through the mechanisms. And as you'll hear me banging on, I'm trying to find the priorities because we can't solve all of that. We just don't have the resources, but we can start with some of the things. And I'd like to go for the low-hanging fruit to start with, get a sense of momentum and think that we're actually changing the world one step at a time. Martin.
Can I echo some of the things that Neil's just said, but I take us back to a bit more optimism about funding. As was pointed out earlier, UK universities are actually largely at the top of the world rankings. And they've been exceedingly successful in research grant capture in recent years, particularly from the ERC. And one of the, I think, ways towards regional synthesis and hubs and so forth is to think creatively with those other research funding bodies about how we can achieve things, because I'm far more optimistic than we were led to believe about the nature of life in British universities, and we need to be empowering and persuading those younger academics that there is real world-class research to be done through the synthesis of British material and not simply other parts of the world, if I can put it like that. And I would also make the point that quite a lot of UK university-based work in communities in the UK where we're doing training excavations and so forth are in many ways hitting the buttons on community engagement and explaining to people why archaeology at a local level is not just about knowing what's happening in the General Secretary's back garden, but has a much broader relevance and drawing them into those conversations. With, I think when we see the way that REF plays out in impact, we'll see a lot of examples of those sorts of engagement which are supported and at the front edge of what a lot of universities are interested in.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really good point. And just to pick up on that funding optimism, I agree with you. I think the Towards a National Collection programme has some really interesting hints about the direction of policy travel for research councils, linking together our national collections. It doesn't mean just the art museums. It means all of the stuff we've been talking about today, and the possibility of bringing in or seeing the introduction of major capital and revenue injection. I don't know whether it'll happen, and I'm not privy to the conversations in any detail. But the sense, you know, the investment of 15 million in 5 discovery projects, they're called discovery projects for a reason. And I think it's really exciting to think about how that kind of approach, that strategic approach from Christopher Smith at AHRC needs to be celebrated, and we need to sort of build on that. So it could be that we're at the beginning of a really powerful momentum here, which would help us.
This is from Sarah's former boss, Janet Miller. Public and archaeology, citizen science, public benefit is an intellectual approach and not instead of it. It's the next and probably the most challenging intellectual turn in our profession. And so it is constantly being sidestepped by traditional thinkers and doers. that was the point of Sarah's presentation, I assume.
Yeah, thank you. I think we'd all agree that we're moving away from public participation equals school visit to something a little bit richer and more co-designed. And good luck to us all with that movement, I'd say. Dominic.
Is that on? Oh, good. Yeah. I'm not sure how well thought through what I'm about to say is. I'll start and see where it goes. In my day job, when I'm not writing really exciting books about Rome and London, I lead a team of 120 odd archaeologists, every one of whom has creative skills that can be applied and should be applied to communicating, to storytelling, to working with different audiences, to inventing new archaeology, and to creating our future, to drawing on the data we've been describing. Most of them do not have the time to give their full heart to those activities. In whatever we do in the future, to draw on the skill sets that we have, the talent we have within our profession is very definitely part of the way forward. I don't have an answer though.
No, well, it is fair enough. We're embarking on Historic England's embarking on a project to look at the approach to measurement of costing for archaeology, and the idea being that you know, if RICS and RIBA can do it, we ought to be able to do it. And the idea about that is to see if we can embed an appropriate level of profit into that process. And the idea behind that is to make sure that training and outreach and other things can be funded by units. So I don't know how far this will go. I don't know if it'll work, but we should give it a shot. And that might give a lift to a lot of organisations that currently cannot find that overhead to invest in exactly the sorts of things you're talking about.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, Chris Costin again. That sounds really important. And I've thought vaguely along those lines for ages. So it would involve generating a surplus somehow that would go into a pot somewhere. I mean, it may be that you don't, but I think those sorts of things are really, because as Dominic just said, I mean, there is talent everywhere within the profession, but most of the time it doesn't get a chance to flourish.
It's baby steps. It's really to find out can you calculate a sort of bill of quantities and so on, as Mike would call it, and those kinds of approaches. Does it work? Is it possible? Will the development industry accept it? All of those questions. Right. But the point behind it is, if we can ensure that an appropriate level of profit is created, then those options arise. There's no specification of what would happen to that funding, but at the moment it's quite difficult to see, units that are on quite low margins thinking about how they can invest in their staff in whatever way they like. So we thought we would just have a look at that and see whether that will work.
Right. Yes, I mean, to go back to your previous comment, I mean, if there were such a fund, then one could then go to the AHRC, UKRI, and say, look, we've got some money, we're interested in doing these sorts of things.
That's one possibility.
Yeah, can we partner?
Gill.
Yes, Jill Hay speaking. I was just going to say that's one of the important outcomes, I think, of our web-based digital recording system, is not just that information can get back to the people managing the sites, but that everybody on site can become engaged in it. Yes. And it's really encouraging to see that people do. They will look and see what's happened on other people's patches on the site they've been working on in the evening or whatever. And these are bright young people who've come out of university they're keen, they want to be involved in the decision-making process, and it works. I know that was partly the ethos behind the Terminal 5 project as well. You've got to get everybody on the site engaged in your research aims and understanding what they're doing. They're not just digging 5% of that Roman ditch. They're trying to answer a question about how the Roman fields were used, for example. And I think that that's how we can deal with that kind of issue more positively.
yes, my personal view about regional hubs is that actually we're talking about communities of interest, and it can be regional or it can be remote. As long as the right people are brought together at the right time and are able to share on an equitable basis, then magic can happen. So I think that that's a really key point, is that intercommunication. And I'm really aware of what Vicki said about the pressure on university staff time, and thinking about what would the funding model of that look like, and where do we extract the money. You know, we know that there are pressures on planning processes. We can't simply go to the developer and say everybody's day rate's gone up 100 quid because we need to pay for some of this, without them expecting to see quite a lot of back chatter, mostly to government and mostly in quite influential places, to say, hang on a minute, that's enough. So there's a limit to what we can do, which is practical and realistic. But there is also an argument where we can make that, I think, to say, actually, it isn't quite as high as it should be, and we need a bit more to get that quality out. Anything from your end, John?
Just a further comment from Janet Miller saying we gave it more than a shot. In Mola, it sounds like an advert for Mola now. In Mola, we created a research and engagement division with Sarah's brilliant leadership. It's achieving fabulous things. It's about focus and determination.
Yeah.
And I agree there, actually, with focus and determination, you can achieve anything. I think the difficult thing is determining what the priorities are and then setting the policy. Policy should drive implementation, not the other way around.
I can hear DCMS telling me that. Right, it is 25 past. Are there any more comments or questions, or anybody want to raise any alternative priorities for us to go away and have a think about as a sector and work on? I'm really personally keen on sorting out some of those standardization, not standards, issues. A jug is a jug, a cow is a cow. I agree with you, Chris. Because some of those I think are low-hanging fruit, and we've heard so many times today the problems that beset projects that are trying to link together data. So that linked approach, it doesn't mean everybody uses a carbon copy template. It just means that we can share and link that data. So I think there's something there in the 21st century we shouldn't be frightened of at all, in terms of making sure that wherever it can be standardized, we can do that without fear of let or hindrance, and certainly not with the resistance that Simon Schaffer talked about in his fantastic historical talk. So I think yes, sorry, David, yes.
Okay, David Jennings, just pitch in with a comment there, I think, Barney. One of the things I think in terms of improving standardization is there's been a huge amount of investment. One of the issues we're facing is a political one that Chris has mentioned, that this knowledge creation is happening in a competitive market environment. There's been a huge wastage of money generating database systems within each individual archaeological practice. And in reality, the larger operators have had significant benefits from investment in publicly funded projects like HS2. And smaller operations are struggling to actually design and implement and deliver digital systems that will enable these synthetic projects to happen. Seems to me one of the most interesting areas I would invite the sector to explore is, can we find ways to collaborate? Can we find an effective way to bring this knowledge to bear? Because while organizations are wasting their time reinventing the wheel, they could actually be dedicating their time to research, to better investment in skills for their staff. But actually, they're spending their time trying to catch up with the competition. And that seems to me that would be one practical area if the discipline could come together, potentially with Historic England guidance, where we could really help ourselves.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. We are very focused on the proliferation of digital recording systems, for example, because I'm not entirely sure that we've worked out that they're intercompatible. And what I'm waiting for is, one major site where we've got 6 people using 6 different recording systems, and somebody's asked to write it up under Stewart Bryant's model. They go, they're not, you can't snap them together. What are we going to do? It's all born digital. There's nothing to go back to in the paper. So that's another thing that keeps me awake at night, just a little tiny bit. Okay, I think we seem to have run out. I'm just going to check with you, John, that there's no more comments online.
Just from Liz Dyson said, it would be good to have a wider range of the community in quotation marks in the room. And I've replied saying, Liz, fair point.
Yeah.
That's why the Society is holding a conference in November on the issues raised in our manifesto.
Yeah.
So it'll be open to everybody to contribute.
Thank you. And that's to Neil's point as well, isn't it? We don't want to get into an echo chamber. And on that note, I'd like to thank all of the speakers again on behalf of the Society of Antiquaries, British Academy, Historic England, and the organisers in particular, the 2 Chris's, and you all and everybody online as well for participating in what I hope to have been, and what I think has been a really, really constructive. Haven't quite got an agenda for change, but I've got bloody close to it. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.